Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV here to bring you more coverage of the Iran war and wondering if we will see a sixth consecutive night of strikes on Iran by the U.S. Yesterday, those strikes started at 2 Eastern, but they weren't announced, I think, until when were they announced yesterday? It's around now when they've been getting announced. Well, yesterday, I got to go over to CENTCOM and see. When did they say it? Yesterday, CENTCOM said, here we go. We're looking at July 16th. Can I find it? Yes. So yesterday it was at 2:48 p.m. Yesterday at 2:48 p.m. is when CENTCOM announced that they had started strikes. And then that's when they posted it. And then the day before, they posted it at 3:13 p.m. So based on the last 2 days, it's been around sort of now when they've announced new strikes. I have not heard reports the last few minutes of new explosions. I'm certainly going to be looking out for that, and we'll see. I'd be personally surprised if there weren't new strikes, but we'll have to see. And also, there's reporting that says President Trump is thinking of expanding his strikes. Oh, I think you're right. You know what? I'm sorry. I think I have the numbers wrong. Wasn't last night the 6th? One of the viewers just said, wasn't last night the 6th? I think you're right. I think I just messed that up. I'm losing count. I might have to update our headline. It was 6th last night, wasn't it? Yeah, I think yes, it was 6th. So this will be the 7th night. All right. Thanks to the viewer for letting me know. You're right. You're right. You are right. I got to now correct that in the description. Wow. I lost count. Okay. I have to fix one thing. I have to correct one thing here. Thanks for letting me know. Now, what I have to do is to make one quick change here. Okay. We want to edit this. Okay, bear with me. Doing one quick change. All right, so I'm going to be keeping an eye on any reports of new strikes coming out of Iran. I got to keep a close eye on that, because that could happen at any time. Hey, a quick thanks, by the way, to Sparky the Human, who gave a bunch of people just gave memberships. Sparky the Human gave 5 memberships. Thomas P0419, thank you, Thomas, for all the memberships you've given. Sabra gave 10 memberships. Sabra's given a lot of memberships. Thank you so much, Sabra576. And Thomas P0419 again. Thomas P0419 gave 5 more memberships. That's really nice. So if you got a membership from Sparky or Thomas or Sabra, or somebody else gives you a gift membership or a gift subscription, please thank them. Thank you all for the memberships. That's really nice of you. And also, hey, shout out to our moderators. Ruth and Beth Mythical are moderating right now. Ruth and Beth Mythical over there on YouTube, and on Twitch we have Matthew Kohai 3 is there. Linda Bell, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. And I got to pull up Facebook here. Oil price is up today. We'll talk about that. Kay Lowry Body is modding. Thanks, Kay. Over on Facebook. Thanks for watching. Pete DePrado, Russell Fieldhouse, Kevin Kelly, John Stryker, Junie Martala, Nancy Schneider, Melissa Terry, Justin Hawkins. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, now. I want to mention the stock market here. Hang on. Hang on. Bear with me for a second. I'm going to mention the stock market. Oh, I see what's happening here. I see what happened here. Not stock market, oil. I didn't say stock. I meant oil. Hey, thanks. German Butcher gave 10 memberships. German Butcher 79. That's so nice of you, German Butcher. Thank you so much for the memberships. And Ed Weeby gave a membership. Thanks so much, Ed Weeby. I really appreciate that. Did Sparky give more? Sparky might have given more memberships. Sparky the human? Thanks, Sparky. Either way, Sparky, thank you. Now here is, this is TradingView. Brent crude oil, so we have, it's up 3.41% today. It's getting close to 90 again, guys. Brent crude oil. There's your 6-month chart. So before the war, it was around 70 here, and then it shot up. It had gotten up to about, 120 or so, I believe. And then it had gone down with the Memorandum of Understanding, gone down to about 71 or so. Now it's up to 87. It's gone up, I think, about roughly 20% off of it, 20% from its lows a couple weeks ago. Was that even a couple weeks ago? Well, yeah, that was July 1st or so. Yeah, so in the last couple weeks, it's gone up roughly 20%. That's Brent crude, WTI, US crude, similar graph. It's WTI is up 2.3% today, and if you look at the 6-month graph, it's similar. But Brent is close to 90. Oh, I got to say thanks to Thomas, guys, because Thomas P0419 just gave 50 of you memberships in the YouTube chat. How generous is that of Thomas P0419? Please thank Thomas if you got a membership from Thomas. Thomas has already given like 70 memberships or something. Unbelievable. Thank you, Thomas. That's so generous of you. Thomas P0419. Also thanks Jackie Morgan, our member for 5 years, for 60 months. Thank you, Jackie. That's really nice of you. Thanks for being such a loyal viewer and member. All right, I got to keep my eye out because remember, the last couple days, this has been around the time when attacks have started, the nightly attacks. Remember, last night the U.S. hit, I've seen different numbers. Iran said that the U.S. hit 5 bridges. We're going to talk about that. But the U.S. hit bridges in Iran last night. So we should show you the thing. I should show you right now. Give me a second. I had some pictures here from state media. Iran state media Fars posted images of the bridge. One of the bridge attacks. And just so you can see, Iran state media says these were pictures of attack on the bridges along the Bandar Abbas Lar route. So these are pictures from Iran state media in daylight of a couple of the bridges that were attacked by the U.S. Man, this is more than, I mean, there's those two, then there's this one. Those are clearly different, it looks like. Well, it could be the same, but I don't know. Looks like they're different. I'm not sure. Then there's that. That looks kind of different. Oops. So I think there's one more. Again, that's from Iranian state media FAR. See a truck there? I should post these. I meant to post them earlier. Well, I'm going to post them right now. Hold on a moment. Let me just get these posted. Iran state media FARs. Posts photos of last night's U.S. attack on bridges along the Bandar Abbas Lar route. Just getting these posted. Oh, something else I want to mention in case you didn't see it. We heard this morning from Kuwait. Look at what Kuwait said, in case you didn't see this. This is translated by Google Translate. Ministry of Electricity, Water, and Renewable Energy. The Kuwait Ministry of Electricity, Water, and Renewable Energy announced that one of its power and water desalination plants was attacked as a result of the Iran aggression against the state of Kuwait, leading to a fire and damage to the plant's facilities and several electricity generating units. The ministry confirmed the firefighting teams have brought the fire under control, while technical teams are continuing to carry out repair work and restore the damaged units to service while continuing to monitor the stability of the electrical grid. The number of Middle Eastern countries rely on these on desalination plants to get drinking water from the salt water. And that they're very highly reliant on these. And this is one plant here they talked about, but there's been this worry that Iran could, if they felt they needed to escalate, go after a bunch of these desalination plants. Now, my assumption is that Iran did this because the U.S. last night went after what Iran called civilian infrastructure. The U.S. hit numerous bridges, also a railway junction, according to Iran, near Bandar Abbas, and also an airport, Iran Shah Airport. Let me show you something about the desalination plants, or mention this. Here. U.S. strikes bridges in Iran, which targets a water desalination plant in Kuwait. The U.S. expanded its attacks against Iran early Friday, last night, says AP, by hitting more bridges and energy sites and collapsing a tower at a key Iranian port, backing up President Trump's threats to target infrastructure to pressure Tehran to ease its chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz. Iran launched missiles into U.S. allied nations in the Middle East, which frequently happens when they're responding to the U.S., including Qatar, a mediator in a war, and Kuwait, where one of the desert nation's water desalination plants was damaged. The U.S. airstrikes hit bridges overnight into Friday in Iran's southern Hormozgan province, killing at least 7 people, Iran state TV reported. The attacks hit Bandar Kamir, a city on Iran's coast on the Strait of Hormuz. The highway and bridge strikes appeared aimed at cutting off Bandar Abbas, Iran's main port, from roads leading into the Islamic Republic's central region onward to Tehran, the capital. While other routes are still open, the U.S. strikes could expand further, potentially disrupting both the movement of military materiel and goods needed for Iran's 90 million people. Iran acknowledged attacks on power infrastructure during the U.S. airstrike campaign for the first time Friday when its energy ministry issued a call for people to use less power in southern provinces experiencing extreme heat. I wasn't even aware of this. I have to look into this more. But the energy ministry did not say whether it was power plants, transmission lines, or other equipment that had been attacked. When did this happen? I got to go try to find this original. I wasn't aware of this announcement by the Iranian energy ministry. Iran urges power conservation following U.S. strikes. Where is that? I got to try to find that announcement. I got to go back and try to find the original announcement. Here, Iran targeted in Kuwait, authorities said Iran overnight had attacked a power and water desalination plant, causing widespread damage to the station. About 90% of Kuwait's drinking water comes from desalination, where you're removing the salt out of salt water. Shayas WY said 117 degrees in Kuwait today. I was going to check the temperature. Tehran weather. Currently, it is 87 Fahrenheit in Iran. It's about 10 p.m. there. Well, it's about 10:45 p.m. 10:40 p.m. The highs this week and the next few days. The highs next couple days in Iran are 102, 102, 100, 96, and 94. The lows the next few days in Iran are 82, 80, 76, 76, 75. Kuwait weather 98 Fahrenheit right now. Highs the next several days in Kuwait 107, 111. This is Fahrenheit 107, 107, 108. The lows 94, 95, 92, 92, 91. Those are low temperatures. I want to see if I can find that announcement by the energy ministry. I was not aware of that. Maybe while I was sleeping. What is this? Hang on. There's also something else here I saw. Give me a moment. Hang on one sec, guys. Give me one sec. I'm just checking something out here that I wasn't aware of. So I'll show you a couple things in a second here. Where's this thing? This is interesting. Give me one more sec here. Thanks for your patience. So I want to show you one other thing from state media, which I just saw. I believe this is from state media. Okay, so this is from Iran. Iran posted this Iran War Message Center, which I believe is a state media account, and via Tasnim state media, but this is from War Message Center. And what it says is images of a precise strike by an attack drone of the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy on a rogue oil tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. So they're claiming that this is video of one of their attacks on a tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. I can't verify this. I mean, Iran has obviously attacked a number of ships in the Strait of Hormuz. By the way, there was a new attack this morning. But again, I believe the War Message Center is a government affiliated account. And I want to show you something about the new attack too. But where was that thing about the energy? I gotta find that. That wasn't while we were on the air. Maybe I'll have to wait and go look for it later. I don't want to spend 20 minutes looking here. But again, so there was apparently a message from the Ministry of Energy overnight. By the way, Iran claimed overnight that they claimed a couple of attacks on the U.S., which I've seen no evidence that they're true. You can see right here, the Iran Revolutionary Guard. This was a post from about from 6 a.m. Eastern time, and they said that they, as a continuation of the eye for an eye operation last night, they said Iran Revolutionary Guard fighters launched a heavy and surprise attack on a U.S. airbase. Oh, you can't even see what I'm looking at. Hold on. Here, you can see it says, the claim is that Iran's Revolutionary Guard last night launched a heavy and surprise attack on a U.S. airbase in Qatar. During the attack, one long-range radar system and several U.S. strategic refueling aircraft were completely destroyed. Now, that would be a big story. I've seen no reporting so far, aside from this claim by the Revolutionary Guard, that they actually destroyed several strategic refueling aircraft. So I'm going to assume that's false at the moment. I'm happy to change my mind if I'm presented to with evidence otherwise. Yeah. And my Mets win WS says that would be a huge story. But this is, I mean, they do make claims like this sometimes that there doesn't seem to be any evidence for it. They don't give any evidence for it, you know? So, Tyler Smith thinks it's lies. James Wade thinks it's Iranian propaganda. So that one I highly doubt. I highly doubt that claim. But again, if I see evidence otherwise, I'll let you know. Here's another claim. Iran made a bunch of these claims last night, these major claims. Here's another one here. So they also said that last night, the Revolutionary Guard said that they attacked soldiers of the ground force, in addition to destroying HIMARS platforms and missiles in Kuwait, struck in and destroyed several locations where American forces and American and Israeli-backed anti-revolutionary elements were stationed. A large number of anti-revolutionaries and American special forces were neutralized. I have a hard time believing that. You know? So, again, I'm happy to change my mind if evidence is otherwise. They also said they killed a bunch of American forces in Syria. There were a bunch of these announcements. Here's another one from last night. Destruction of several fuel tankers and fighter jets with ballistic missiles and multiple drones. This is in Jordan. Last night, the American child-killing army, they say, once again committed acts of evil, using its bases in Jordan to commit a major war crime and strike civilian targets, including several bridges, residential areas, and a water pumping station in Bandar Abbas, they claim. They say in response to this, they say, we targeted American fighter jets and fuel tankers stationed in Jordan in 2 stages, using multiple ballistic missiles and drones. This resulted in the destruction of several American fuel tankers and fighter jets. Again, I have no evidence that that's true. So they said that they killed American forces in Kuwait and destroyed American planes in Jordan and killed American forces in Syria. I don't know if they felt like they needed to make these claims because of the ramped up U.S. attacks last night on bridges in particular. Sabra thinks there's propaganda very evident on both sides. I don't know if the U.S. has made claims like that, but, well, you know, I leave it to you to just, I mean, the U.S. has said things like, you know, we've destroyed all of their military or those kind of things, or all their missiles or all their nuclear programs. So you might think those kind of claims could be comparable. I don't have the exact wording of the claims. I would need to go back and get the exact wording, but I think you see what I'm talking about. There's also this. Restrictions on passenger train departures from Bandar Abbas station. Remember, a number of bridges around Bandar Abbas and a railway junction near there were attacked last night by the U.S. Hormuzgan Railways Administration, due to the Israeli-American attack on a railway point in the Hormuzgan region, that railway junction, there are restrictions on the departure of passenger trains from Bandar Abbas. Passengers will travel by intercity bus to Finn Station and then by train to their final destination. I have to look up where Finn is. I got it. Oops, you'll see it in a second. Finn. So that's very interesting. So Bandar Abbas is here. Here's Bandar Abbas, and there's Finn. Finn is about probably, that's a little ways away. It's about 30 miles away, right? So if you want to leave Bandar Abbas by train, it sounds like if you want to go a certain direction, or maybe any direction, I don't know. But it sounds like if you want to leave Bandar Abbas, you have to go to Finn first on a bus. See, it says Finn right there. That's all the way up here. Is there train tracks there? Yeah, so there are train tracks there that run by Finn. But again, what they said was that due to the Israeli-American attack at a railway point in the Hormuzgan region, there are restrictions on the departure of passenger trains from Bandar Abbas station. Passengers will travel by intercity bus to Finn station, over 30 miles away, and then by train to their final destination. I'm not seeing any reports of explosions in Iran right this second. Yeah, 10:55 p.m. right now, as David Joe Klotz says, in Iran. Oh, I want to show you something here. President Trump posted something on Truth Social, not about Iran. Let me show you what President Trump posted. Okay, so here is President Trump on Truth Social about Darlene Graham Nordone, the sister of Lindsey Graham. So remember, Lindsey Graham, as I understand it, Lindsey Graham was running for his Senate seat again this year. The election's in November, but he had already won the primary. So there has to be a new primary to choose the Republican in South Carolina, who I think would be the favorite by far to win in November. So President Trump says it was, and President Trump endorsed Darlene to, the governor can appoint somebody to take to take the seat until it is filled by the election. So the governor, after President Trump endorsed Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene, for the seat. Then the governor of South Carolina appointed her. Well, here's what President Trump says now. It was my honor to welcome now Senator Darlene Graham Nardone, the sister of the late great Lindsey Graham, from the wonderful state of South Carolina into the Oval Office. We have known each other for a long time. She is a spectacular person and a true American patriot. Lindsey was one of the greatest people and senators I've ever known, and his sister shares his deep love of our country in the state of South Carolina. During her visit, I asked Darlene, for the good of our nation, to run for the U.S. Senate in the special Republican primary in August. That would be to be the Republican candidate in the election for the full term, in the November election for a 6-year term. I hope Darlene does this, in that there would be nobody better to honor the legacy of her beloved brother, Lindsey. Darlene, who comes from an absolutely incredible family, has been a winner all her life, and should she accept, has my complete and total endorsement in the special election for U.S. Senate in South Carolina. She will never let you down. Run, Darlene, run. Just letting you know. President Trump posted that 14 minutes ago. What happened? I thought I just posted that. Oh, oops. I thought I posted it. Now I posted it. Alaska Man thinks she won't run. Nancy Mace or Trey Gowdy will run. That's what our viewer Alaska Man says. I don't believe she has said. All right. Anyways, I just wanted to mention that. Hey, by the way, a quick thank you to thanks so much to God is on Vacation. God is on Vacation gave, not kidding you, 50 people channel memberships in the YouTube chat. 50 people. Earlier, Thomas PO419 gave 50 people channel memberships. And God is on Vacation just gave 50 memberships. Wow, that is so generous of you. Please thank God is on Vacation or somebody else if they gave you a gift membership. That is so nice of you. Thank you. Also, thanks to our member, Presumed Hostile, who says, thanks for the free membership. There you go. Blasting Game, thanks for being a member. Thanks SKU32956, who says to the Iran people, I wish you a bright future soon. Thanks so much for your support, SKU. Thanks, Steve Jackson. Yeah, so there was an earthquake off the coast of Mexico. I posted about it, I think it was a couple hours ago, off of my on my X account at Lookner. It was a 7.3. It wasn't on land. It was off the coast. I haven't been checking that much, but I mean, you know, you wouldn't expect huge tsunami waves normally from a 7.4, 7.3 earthquake. I don't even know that I got an email from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center about that. But yeah, I mean, the one thing they had posted on this account was NWS says tsunami alert, tsunami not expected, California, Oregon, Washington, British Columbia, or Alaska. But Yeah. So, but again, it's not something I was really focusing on. You can see that the highest shaking would have been on the water, according to USGS. So I'm not aware of like catastrophic damage, but I'll keep an eye on things. Uh, yeah, I mean, AP says no immediate damage reported. Authorities have not immediately reported any severe damage or casualties in any country. Okay, hang on a moment. Yeah, and then Reuters said strong quake off Mexican coast rattles Guatemala and El Salvador, but leaves no damage. No reports of major damage. Thank you to Steve Jackson. Thank you also, Martin Ging. Martin thinks the stock market is reacting to China's huge leap in AI. I'll have to look. I haven't even read up on it, Martin. I'll have to look a little later. Thank you so much, Martin, for your support. Thank you, I am Charlie. I am Charlie says for Iranian people, our military and families. Thank you, I am Charlie. Oh, I did have the clock up, and I'll put the Iran clock back up. I accidentally took it down before. It'll be back up. Thanks, Chris M. Thank you. Thanks, The Ring of X, for being a member. Thanks, Chris M, for becoming a member. Thank you, Chuck in Tennessee, who says, I've seen a couple of stories on X that Iran attacked Iraqi Kurds around 1 hour ago. There have been a bunch of reports of explosions in Erbil, which is Iraqi Kurdistan, in the last couple days. I will see if I see updates. That's not the first time I've seen reports about attacks in Erbil. So I will keep an eye on that, Chuck, and I will let you know what I hear. Thank you so much, Chuck, for your support. I will definitely keep an eye out for that. Thanks, Alice SCCA, for being a member. And also Thomas PO419 for the gift membership. Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate it. Also, thanks to Java Jenkins for subscribing on Twitch. Hey, Dowfeem on Twitch gave out 10 gift subscriptions. Wow. Thanks, Dowfeem. That's really kind of you. Thanks also to, hold on a second here, everybody for tuning in. So let me just check a couple things here. By the way, if you didn't see this, it looks like it looked like there was another ship attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. This is 10 hours ago. This was 4:58 a.m. Eastern Time. This is UK MTO. And what they said is, you can see that's Strait of Hormuz, southern Strait of Hormuz. A tanker has reported being hit by an unknown projectile, causing minor structural damage to the port side. All crew are safe and accounted for. No environmental impact has been reported, and the vessel is continuing to its next port of call. But that does look like a ship that was attacked in the Strait of Hormuz earlier today, a new one. Thanks also, Sabra. Sabra says too much death and destruction. Thank you, Sabra, for your support. Also, big thanks to Terry Bradley. Thank you so much, Terry Bradley, for your support. Terry Bradley. Now, hang on a moment. It's interesting. So right now, we have not yet heard about new U.S. attacks starting for a seventh consecutive night. It is now 11:09 p.m. Iran time. So will there be new attacks by the U.S. tonight? There were a lot last night. So we're waiting to see that. I was trying to find that statement from the Ministry of Energy statement. Bear with me for a second. I'd like to get that pulled up. Just checking a couple different sources for it. It's weird because I saw that Ministry of Energy statement reported about, but I haven't seen the actual statement. Very confusing. Let me just keep looking for one more second. Seemed like an important announcement. Can't find it. It's very confusing. One other thing I thought I had is do this. If I go to their page, I don't even know if they have anything on their page. Trying to get to the Iranian Ministry of Energy page, which doesn't seem to be opening right now, unfortunately. Oh, I got it. Oh, hold on. When is this from? Well, that's from July 13th. That's an old statement. All news. Oh, let me try Farsi. It's a challenge sometimes to get into these Iranian websites. Trying to get the Farsi Ministry of Energy website up here so I can find their statement. It's like I can't even open the website. In the meantime, I'll show you something about it. All right, so we're keeping an eye out to see if there's going to be more strikes coming in Iran. This is kind of an odd report. What's this? Iran has been making lots of claims overnight, as I said, where they claim they have destroyed U.S. ships. They claim they've killed U.S. soldiers, which I don't see any evidence for actually supplied for any of these claims. They just made a new claim, and let me just show you this right here. New claim from Iran. Fars state media, Army missile strike on U.S. vessel. A few hours ago, during the 13th phase of Operation Thunderbolt, the Army's naval forces targeted an enemy aggressor vessel in the northern Indian Ocean with a coastal to sea cruise missile. The cruise missile launch by the Army's naval forces caused fear and panic among the enemy. Oh, and forced the hostile vessel to move out of the range of the brave soldiers of this force. They're not, so it's, the headline says strike, but it's not an actual strike. They're claiming they fired the missile at the vessel and that the ship moved out of range. Okay, I don't know if that's true. I'm just letting you know. Squirrel thinks Iran is just making stuff up. Shadow says Iran is coping hard. All right, so I think they're making more claims because of the more intense U.S. attacks last night. That's what it seems like to me. Ooh, wait a second here. I'll show you this. U.S. hits bridges and energy targets, Iran says, as strikes widen. This was last night. KJ Hawk thinks there will be breaking news soon. Sabra thinks Iran is stretching the truth. Oh, Michael Portnoy. Hey, this is an interesting thought by Michael Portnoy. I feel like I should have thought of this myself. Michael Portnoy, our viewer, points out that the stock market closes at 4 p.m. for the weekend. Maybe the U.S. is waiting to strike until after the stock market closes. Oh, I forgot about that. Good point. We have 14 minutes till the stock market closes. Now, in terms of how the stocks are doing today, this is bar chart. Bar chart says S&P down, barchart.com. Hold on. See, it says bar chart. S&P down 1%, 500. Dow down about 0.8%. NASDAQ down 1.39%. In case you missed it before, we talked about oil as well. Brent crude is up 3% today to 87.44. Oh, the oil market, remember, closes at 6, right? Hey guys, that's right. Doesn't the oil market close at 6 Eastern for the weekend? So I'd forgotten about that. So the stock market closes for the weekend in 12 minutes, and the oil market closes for the weekend in 2 hours and 12 minutes. Oh. So we'll keep an eye on things. I wonder. I wonder. Thank you, by the way, to Kruptmins. Kruptmins thinks Iran may be having problems with its power grid, which would shut servers down. So something about sudden conversions of potential energy into kinetic energy, causing sudden unscheduled disassembly of power plants. That's what Kruptmins thinks. Thank you so much for your support, Kruptmins. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Nick Rose. I haven't seen anything about Mitch McConnell news since the statement came out from him, that written statement several days ago, Nick Rose. If I do, I'll let you know. Thank you so much, Nick Rose, for your support. I'll certainly let you know if I see anything new. He said he was still recovering and couldn't be at the Senate yet. Thank you, 7.62, for being a member. Now, I wanted to mention this. So we'll keep an eye on 11 minutes till the stock market closes. U.S. hits bridges and energy targets, Iran says it strikes wine, says the Washington Post. The U.S. military struck bridges, energy infrastructure, and a port facility in southern Iran overnight, Friday. Also, they struck an airport, too, and a railroad junction. Iranian state media said, while Kuwaiti authorities said Iranian attacks hit a power and desalination plant. The attacks overnight followed days of warnings by President Trump and Iranian officials who have since last week brought the region back to the precipice of all-out war, following a failed memorandum of understanding for a peace agreement they signed last month. At issue remains the control of the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow waterway that is vital to global shipping, and where traffic has since last week once again slowed to a trickle. The strikes last night appeared to have expanded their scope following days of threats from both sides, with Iranian state media saying that bridges in the southern Hormozgan province had been struck and power infrastructure attacked, according to the energy ministry. Again, I wish I could find that statement from the actual statement from the energy ministry. I've been looking for it and I couldn't find it. Somebody might have sent it to me at this point. I'll keep looking. I'll check my messages in a second. Iran retaliated with airstrikes against Kuwait, Qatar, and Jordan, according to Iran, following a similar pattern as in recent days. But this time, the attack in Kuwait hit a power and desalination plant, according to the Ministry of Electricity, Water, and Renewable Energy in Kuwait, which said the fire caused damage to the plant's facility, including several generators, but that the fire was under control. That ministry urged residents to conserve electricity and said it would be monitoring the situation. As it has ramped up the attacks, the U.S. has said it is intending to degrade Iran's military capability to control the Strait of Hormuz, but analysts say both sides are stuck, with control of the strait remaining a sticking point on which neither wants to bend and a pathway back to peace difficult to envision. On Thursday, just 8 ships transited the strait, according to the maritime data company Kepler, compared to more than 130 daily before the war started. Sage Lake says, and it's the weekend. Stock market, U.S. stock market, guys, 8 minutes we have until the stock market is closed. I got to keep an eye on it. Here, look. This is from TradingView, tradingview.com. There's the Dow Jones. As of today, 353. The Dow is down 0.71%. But you can see it says as of 353, 1553. So about 6 minutes. And then oil market closes in 2 hours and 6 minutes. Are we going to see U.S. strikes after the markets close today? Oh, that's a good question. Wow. A couple of our viewers, like Martin Gouldner, says we have after hours market trading until 8 p.m. Eastern time. Well, I don't know that if the U.S. is waiting until the market's closed, if they're going to wait till after hours is closed. Who knows? But I mean, the problem with that is that the U.S. has been attacking at night. The last couple nights it started before now. The last couple nights they've started. I think the last 3 days, the U.S. started their attacks at 2 Eastern, 3 Eastern, and 3 Eastern. Well, now it's almost 4 Eastern. It's late. So if they're going to start, it's later than the last few days. New strikes! Breaking news! One of our viewers just mentioned this. Thanks to the viewer. Breaking news, new strikes have begun. Big breaking news. New strikes have begun. They just posted about it, as our eagle-eyed viewer spotted. CENTCOM launched a round of strikes at Iran at 3 p.m. today. Now, we haven't been hearing much about this. For the 7th consecutive night, the strikes are designed to continue degrading Iranian military capabilities at the commander-in-chief's direction. Okay, so I have to change our headline. U.S. launches strikes on Iran for 7th consecutive night. Breaking news. I do want to update the description here. Give me 1 second here. All right, so new U.S. strikes, we got to see. They said they begun about 57 minutes ago, but just announced it right now. Just announced these new strikes. We'll see what we hear about. I assume we'll be hearing more about them soon. Thanks for your patience. I just had to fix something here. Now, all right, well, we found that out. Will we be hearing about new explosions soon? Here is what Iran state media Tasnim has to say about this. Iran state media Tasnim says, terrorist organization CENTCOM confirms new attack on Iran. This terrorist organization, says Tasnim, announced that it began a new round of attacks against Iran today, Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, marking the 7th consecutive night of attacks. The terrorist supporting organization CENTCOM claimed these attacks, allegedly ordered by Trump, are aimed at weakening Iran's military capabilities. When I updated the headline, I did not take out the question mark. I updated the headline a moment ago, and I did not take out the question mark. There's no question mark. They have launched the strikes. Died suddenly says, wonder if today is Railway and Bridge Day again. We'll have to see. New statement from Kuwait. Whoa! Listen to this. The Kuwait army says, hold on a second here. I'll show you this in a second. Hang on. I have something new from the Kuwait army. Look at this. So remember, Kuwait already said hours ago that Iran hit a power and desalination plant in Kuwait. The desalination plant is very important. Kuwait gets 90% of their drinking water from desalination plants, which take the salt out of salt water. Well, look at this new post from Kuwait, from the Kuwaiti army, guys, just 14 minutes ago. News update. Kuwait Army. Armed forces in Kuwait have detected since dawn today hostile ballistic missiles and drones within Kuwaiti airspace, which have been intercepted and dealt with. Fine, that's been happening. But also, the sinful Iranian aggression resulted in the targeting of several facilities and camps affiliated with the Kuwaiti army using hostile drones, leading to injuries among a number of Kuwaiti land force personnel while carrying out their duties. Now, Kuwait isn't giving out details. They seem to, they usually are pretty skimpy on the details. But look at that. The injured have received the necessary medical care and treatment. Their health condition is stable. So Kuwait just announced that Iran attacked Kuwait army sites with drones and injured a number of Kuwaiti army personnel. Now, they also mentioned the desalination plant, which we knew about. They say several vital and civilian facilities were also targeted, including one of the power stations and a water distillation plant. Well, I think they mean there is a desalination plant that was targeted. We know the Kuwaiti government said that, resulting in a fire and damage to several station facilities and power generation units, in addition to, as they always say, shrapnel. I don't know if it was all shrapnel. Was there any direct hits? I don't know. But they say, in addition to shrapnel falling in several locations across the city, causing material damage with no human injuries recorded, the armed forces affirm their continued execution of their missions and duties with high efficiency, and the rest of what they're saying here. Anyways, this is a new report that Iran hit in the last day Kuwaiti army facilities and camps with drones and injured a number of Kuwaiti land force personnel. So some serious attacks by Iran on Kuwait the last day. My guess is that that was a way that they felt they could escalate after the U.S. escalated by targeting bridges and the railway junction and all that. Wow. So things are escalating. Things are escalating. Hold on a second here. All right, let me check for updates, but that is some new news. I'm hearing about Shin says explosion heard on Keshem Island. That's what Shin said. Let me see if I have other reports about explosions now in Iran. Let's see. The U.S. did announce they're starting strikes. That they already have started strikes. By the way, the U.S. stock market is closed for the weekend. Just so you know. Just so you know. Now I don't know where Shin says that. Shin reported that of hearing about an explosion on Keshem Island in Iran. I have not seen that from Iranian state media or any other sources yet. So right now we're waiting to hear what these strikes by the U.S. are going to be. But definitely last night was an escalation. The last 24 hours has been an escalation. Are we going to continue seeing escalating strikes? Unconfirmed reports from Ali BK, who I follow, claiming that there are some explosions in Iran right now in some different locations. I've not seen anything about that from Iran state media. So some unconfirmed reports of some explosions in Iran. I'll keep you informed as to what I'm seeing here. Unconfirmed report of explosions in Bushehr. Seeing a couple unconfirmed reports of that. Will the U.S. attack more bridges tonight? Don't know. Yeah, I'm seeing these unconfirmed reports of explosions in Bandar Abbas, Sirik, and Bushehr right now. That's all unconfirmed. But some different accounts I follow are claiming it. And Keshem Island. Hey, shout out to our moderators. We have moderating right now. Hold Hold on. Beth Mythical is over there on YouTube moderating. Thank you, Beth. I appreciate it. On Facebook, Paul Anderson, K. Lowry Body over there. Thanks, Jennifer Ellers, for subscribing on Facebook, too. Also on Twitch, our moderators there. I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah. Linda Belglary, Misha on X. Thanks to all of our moderators. Again, some unconfirmed reports right now of explosions in Iran. Another unconfirmed report of explosions in Avaz, Iran. Again, that is unconfirmed. That's from Ali BK. Sirik and Keshem, I'm seeing. Unconfirmed reports from there. And again, we've seen some claiming Bushehr province too. Nothing from state media yet. Our viewer Ken says this is turning messy. But quite serious. I mean, again, not only serious last night with the U.S. hitting these bridges and a railway junction, but also remember, we've now found out that Iran hit a desalination plant in Kuwait and also hit Kuwaiti army facilities, injuring a number of Kuwaiti armed forces. Things are definitely escalating. Thank you, JW99SCO. And Least Trustworthy Weasel for your support. Also, Sparky the Human, thanks for being a member. Thanks, Crypto King, for shouting out our moderators. Thank you, Crypto King. Thank you, Mr. Shovel 1968. Who said, look into at the Nikkei index. The Nikkei index, I think, is not open right now, if I have that right. It went down yesterday. I don't know what time it opens. Also, I don't know if it's open on the weekend. No. It's an index, so it's made up of stock. It's more like, when is the Japanese stock market open? Weekdays. So it's not open on the weekend. 9 a.m. Japan Standard Time on weekdays, I'm seeing here. Anyways, it went down 4% yesterday. But I don't want to get wrapped up in financial stuff. That's a bit off topic for the moment, although maybe it's related, but if you will allow me. All right, let's try to get some more to get news if there's any more explosions. We're seeing some unconfirmed reports. Yeah, there's a headline from Reuters from earlier today saying Japan's Nikkei slides into correction zone on tech sell-off in Middle East conflict. Thanks again to also Rita R64. Thank you, Rita R64, very much. Also GT500, who says something terrible is coming. I can't put my finger on it. I think most of us feel it. Things have certainly been escalating, guys. Thank you again, Mr. Shovel from Denmark. I still have not seen reports yet. I've seen a bunch of unconfirmed reports in the last few minutes of explosions at different parts of Iran. Nothing from state media yet. Normally, state media reports those pretty quickly once the U.S. announces that it's conducting attacks. And nothing yet from Iranian state media about explosions in Iran. PW360 was wondering if the CENTCOM statement was premature. Well, it was right before the market closed, I think around 357. So they said that the attack started at 3, which is possible, but it's also possible that CENTCOM was going to hold off for a while for the bigger attack. So I don't know what their schedule was. Um, you know, if they were, I have no idea how they're timing things and if they care about the market at all. But regardless of their announcement, maybe the bigger thing would be when actually if they have big attacks planned, when they're actually carrying those out. We have not heard about those yet. Thank you, PW360, for writing in. Yeah, SK messaged me about, and some other viewers have mentioned these stories about more U.S. refueling tankers. We haven't even had a chance to get to it. I'll be talking about that soon. Thanks for messaging in about it. Human, our viewer says, just day after day after day, Groundhog Day. Okay, I have an update about explosions, I believe, here. Give me a moment here. Sirik, Iran's press TV says, Arab says 3 explosions heard in Iran's Sirik.
Okay, I found
But
this on the web.
it's every time I say Sirik, it activates my phone. Yeah, here it is from Press TV. Couple things. First of all, you can see in the middle there reports of 3 explosions heard in the Baman region of I almost don't want to say it, of Sirik. I was good on my phone then. And then Hormuz. They also say Hormozgan province governorate tomorrow, Saturday. Government offices and banks in the province will operate with a 50% staff presence. I don't know what that's about. That's in southern Iran. So yes, multiple reports now in Iranian state media of Sirik and southern Iran being attacked. You can see it says right there, 19 minutes ago at 11:27, a location near Sirik, Iran, which is near the Strait of Hormuz, was targeted by a military attack from U.S. forces. A full report will be released following initial assessments. So that is now confirmed by the government. We're talking about here on the southern coast of Iran near the Strait of Hormuz, where that marker is. Sirik, in the Sirik area of Hormozgan province. Frequently, the U.S. strikes in that area. I don't know exactly what they're hitting, but new strikes there. Keeping an eye on oil, Brent crude. This is TradingView. Brent crude is up 3.5% on the day to 87.87. But the oil market closes for the weekend in an hour and 43 minutes. By the way, huge thank you to Tormented Tantalus. Tormented Tantalus just gave 100 people memberships in the YouTube chat. 100 people just got memberships, no joke, from Tormented Tantalus. That is extremely generous of you, Tormented Tantalus, who's given a lot of memberships lately and really, really kind of you. So please thank Tormented Tantalus if you got a membership from Tormented Tantalus. Very kind of you. Also, thanks so much to Wes Downer for your support. Thanks, Wes. And I am Charlie. Thank you for your support. I am Charlie says no World War III. It's the world against Iran regime in the IRGC. Okay, here's an update from Iran media mayor. 4 explosions heard in Sirik. Initial reports from Sirik County in Hormozgan province indicate that 4 consecutive explosions were heard. Further details regarding the cause and source of these sounds are being investigated, and additional news will be announced later. They also say the explosion in Avaz, I believe that's Khuzestan province, has not been confirmed at this time, and there are no reports in this regard. Oh, oil might be 5 p.m. You know that? I think you might be right. Our viewer mentioned that they thought it was 5 p.m. for oil Eastern time. I think you're actually right. I think it's not 6 p.m. Sorry about that. I think you're right. Yes. 5 p.m. on Friday Eastern time. So, my bad. Totally my bad. In 40 minutes, the oil market closes for the weekend. Not an hour and 40 minutes. In 40 minutes. Okay? 40 minutes until the oil market closes for the weekend. Oh, I didn't see this. I totally didn't see this story. What is this? Hold on a moment here. Hold on. I just want to mention this story because I had not seen this before. It's not related, but I do want to mention it. So this is from the Aurora Police Department says Aurora, Colorado, a man has been arrested in connection with a shooting that left a woman injured Thursday night. Shortly before 7:30 p.m., the Aurora Police Department responded to reports of a shooting. Responding officers found two women, one of whom had suffered a gunshot wound to her lower body. The other woman was unharmed. Additional officers in the area stopped a vehicle a short distance away. The vehicle with the gun inside was subsequently seized. The driver, identified as 42-year-old GEO Group employee Brandon Booth, was detained. Now, according to other reports I've seen, Brandon Booth works at the Brandon Booth works for the company that operates this ICE enforcement detainment center. So, an initial investigation revealed that the women were part of a protest occurring near the Aurora ICE Processing Center earlier that evening. Booth had access to the facility for their work shifts, so he works there. That's what it says. The two women initiated a verbal confrontation and took pictures of the employees' vehicles before walking away. At that point, Booth then got into his vehicle and drove out of the area before he was detained. Hold on. Then they say detectives from the Aurora Police Department's Violent Crimes Division section responded to the scene to conduct the investigation. Booth was subsequently arrested and booked on probable cause of attempted second-degree murder, first-degree assault, attempted first-degree assault, felony menacing, and unlawful carrying of a concealed weapon. The woman who was shot was transported to the hospital and treated for her injuries, which are believed to be non-threatening. The Aurora Chief of Police said, "This is a tragedy on all fronts, and the Aurora Police Department will investigate this incident with the same commitment to transparency and integrity as we do all shootings." All right. The case remains under active investigation. So I don't really know much about this beyond what you just heard. I'm just letting you know about it. I reposted it on X, the statement from the police, if you want to see it. All right. If you're having an issue with the stream on YouTube, refresh. It's okay on my end. All right, let's get back to Iran, but I wanted to mention that. Hey, guys! Hold on a second. What am I hearing here? What is this? Hang on. This is weird. An account I follow posted something, and I don't know where they're getting this from. All right, just give me a moment. Give me a moment. I gotta check in on something here. I think an account I follow might have been hacked. It's very strange. They posted something and no one else is posting about it, and it just strikes me as very strange. I think somebody might have hacked the account or something. I just messaged them and haven't heard back. Anyways, all right, sorry. I got to keep an eye on that. It's very, very odd. Up, the page it was the post was taken down. That was really strange. There's a news account I follow, which is normally quite reliable, and they just posted this crazy story, and I was like, "What?" And I didn't see anybody else. I didn't even want to say the story because it just I don't want to get bad info out there. And literally, it was the kind of story that if it was happening, you'd be seeing a lot about it, and no one else was reporting on it. And I see now that it got deleted like 2 minutes later. So I don't know what's going on with that account. It looks like maybe the account got compromised or something, but that was really strange. Anyways, sorry. I had to look into it because it would have been a big story if it was true, but it seemed very strange to me because no one else was reporting on it. All right, let's get back to Iran now. And if there's news about more strikes. So a reminder, the stock market closed for the weekend in the US a half an hour ago. In about a half an hour and 31 minutes, the oil market closes in the oil market closes in the world, I believe, for the weekend, the major oil markets. And the US announced that they had started a new night of attacks, and they said the attack started on Iran at 3 Eastern time. But we haven't heard that much about attacks. There's been some unconfirmed reports about explosions in Iran. Iran state media has confirmed explosions in the area of Sirik. So we're waiting to see what plays out tonight with these U.S. attacks. Are they going to be escalated like last night when a number of bridges were hit? So we have to wait and see on that. I do want to mention while we're waiting to hear more, while we're waiting to hear more, this story about refueling planes. So Axios is reporting. I wonder if I have another thing I can show you about this. Hang on. Give me one moment. Give me 1 sec here. So Axios is reporting today that the U.S. is sending dozens of refueling planes to Israel ahead of a possible expansion of attacks on Iran. Okay? That's what Axios is saying. Axios is saying that Trump is considering a massive offensive in Iran. Among parts of this new offensive could be attacking Iranian infrastructure facilities like power plants, more attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities, including Pickaxe Mountain, which has not been attacked by the U.S. It says Axios says Trump has not made a final decision yet. It could come in the coming days. But again, it says that the U.S. is bringing dozens of refueling planes to Israel. Then our viewer Francesco said Times of Israel and Haaretz said similar things. Now, are those their own reports, or are they just repeating what Axios said? I'll have to check it out. I'm looking right now, trying to find the Times of Israel report here. No, the Times of Israel report is literally just quoting the Axios report. That's not new reporting from Times of Israel. They say in the story that it's Axios. Now, I think Ynet had something too in Israel. I think. Trying to find it here. So Ynet says that Axios had reported that American refueling planes are going to be in Israel. Ynet says those planes won't be parked at Ben Gurion Airport, unlike previous refueling planes. Yeah, there was an interesting report. Ynet says the planes are supposed to arrive at a rate of 5 to 8 per day. Axios pointed out, what Axios said is now that Axios said there's a bit of an issue in Israel, a political issue with the U.S. sending all these refueling planes to Israel. What Axios says is that for months, dozens of refueling planes have been clogging up the main international airport in Israel. Now, before, when Israeli airspace was mostly closed, that wasn't as big of an issue. But the airspace is now open, and so you have these planes, these refueling planes clogging up the airport, and the idea that the U.S. wants to bring more planes now, they say that's a big political issue in Israel. So Ynet is saying that the new refueling planes being sent to Israel for a possible massive attack on Iran, that those planes would not be at Ben Gurion Airport, which is interesting. Remember, President Trump did say last week that next week that the U.S. would destroy all the, what did he say? Did he say power plants and bridges? If I'm trying to remember, if the U.S. If the Israel didn't sit down at the negotiating table, trying to remember the exact quote, but something like that. Although he has made those kind of threats before. Yes, he said earlier this week, he said, quote, next week that it gets really bad for them because next week comes the power plants, next week comes the bridges. We're going to knock out all their power plants. We're going to knock out all their bridges unless they get to the table and negotiate. That's what he said a few days ago. Erna says denial of any injuries from airstrikes in Avaz. This is from Iran state media Erna. Did they even confirm there were airstrikes in Avaz? Oh, hold on. Let's look at this. Erna, Iran state media, denial of any injuries from airstrikes in Avaz. People should follow news from official sources. The deputy head of security and law enforcement for the Khuzestan governorate said no injuries occurred in Avaz city on Friday night, and the news published in this regard is denied. The honorable people of Khuzestan are requested to follow news and information only from official news and information sources and not pay attention to rumors spread in cyberspace. I guess there were rumors that people had been hurt in Avaz from U.S. airstrikes. And again, I don't know why this is happening. A couple different Iranian state media outlets, like Fars News, say Hormozgan province governorate. Hormozgan province includes Bandar Abbas, A number of bridges around Bandar Abbas were attacked last night, and also a railway station near Bandar Abbas was attacked last night. And generally speaking, there's been a lot of U.S. attacks in Hormozgan province. They say on Saturday, all departments, organizations, and banks in the province will be operational with a 50% staff presence. Why are they reducing the presence to people by 50%? That I don't know. Is it an electricity thing? I don't know. Is it because we heard that we saw before they were saying people who want to take the train out of the city need to go to a city by bus roughly 30 miles away because of the train facility or the train area that was bombed by the US last night. I don't know if that's why this is happening. BMX Kane says probably to get civilians away from the area. But the stuff is still open. I don't know. It's interesting. Thanks so much to Roxy JH said, where did Israel go in this war? People have been asking about that. I saw one article today that said that Iran did not want to attack Israel because they didn't want to have to deal with Israel responding to them. And there was a quote. Was it a quote from, I can't remember where I read the article, but I believe there was a quote from Netanyahu threatening Iran if they attacked Israel. As to why Israel is not participating in the attacks, I don't know exactly why. Some thoughts I had just throwing out there, and I have no idea, are, look, obviously Israel had been previously they've been putting a lot of effort into fighting Hezbollah in Lebanon, although that seems to have died down a bit for the moment. My guess is that, look, remember, just a few weeks ago, like a month ago, the U.S. was working on a peace treaty with Iran. I don't think Israel participating in strikes on Iran would get things closer to peace. So I would not at all be surprised if after the memorandum of understanding, President Trump said, Israel don't attack Iran. But as for the last week or two, I mean, I don't know that the U.S. wants Israel involved right now. That could certainly complicate things and escalate things. I don't know that Israel wants to get in a back and forth in Iran and have to deal with Iran firing missiles at Israel. So these are just some of the considerations. I don't know exactly, but you got to think about costs and benefits to each country and how they make their decisions based on the costs and benefits. But, if Israel is not, if these attacks are kind of limited as they have been, why would Israel want to get involved with attacks if it's not going to really have any kind of significant military benefit? So they get involved with the attacks. There's no real military benefit. And then they have Iran firing missiles at them. And then it's a political headache. So, I mean, these are the kind of considerations that might be in play here. I'm not sure, but just some thoughts I have. We have another claim from Iran. In the past day, Iran Revolutionary Guard has claimed that they've killed U.S. troops and that they've blown up U.S. planes. And I see no evidence for any of these claims at all. So we have a new claim here from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, Islamic Revolutionary Guard in Iran. Here's what they say. I just saw this right now. Pixie Lou says, maybe Israel's annoyed they were not part of the MOU process. U.S. unmanned aerial vehicles depot smashed in Bahrain. Now, I don't know about this. I mean, I buy something like this more than Israel hitting than Iran destroying strategic aircraft or killing U.S. soldiers. Anyways, the Iran Revolutionary Guard claims that last night the terrorist and barbaric American army once again committed war crimes and attacked several bridges. Hold on, you can't see it on your stream. Last night, the terrorist and barbaric American army once again committed war crimes and attacked several bridges, killing or injuring a number of civilians, they say. In response to these crimes, in the 17th wave of Operation Nasser II, the Revolutionary Guard destroyed the depot of American drones in Bahrain this morning, and a large number of the drones were burned. They claim, I don't know if this is true. Also, the main artificial intelligence center in Bahrain, which was being used by the U.S., the Great Satan, to target the enemy to commit war crimes, was completely destroyed. Is that true? Is that a data center they're claiming to destroy? It is. I have not heard that about Bahrain, but it's also very hard to get information out of Bahrain, I feel like. So I have not heard this. But they're claiming they destroyed the main artificial intelligence center in Bahrain last night. The infanticidal American regime should know if it destroys bridges and transportation infrastructure, God willing, we will then crush the most important industrial information technology and artificial intelligence assets of companies with American shareholders in the region in any country, and we will raise the most expensive assets of American companies in all the countries hosting American bases to the ground. That's very interesting. That's not a threat on the American armed forces. That's a threat on businesses. And I don't doubt that they would try to do that, because there were things like that they tried to do what they did at the start of the war. So I certainly would take that threat seriously. That's interesting. No reports of any hit in Bushehr have been received so far. Bushehr governor. The governor of Bushehr denied rumors on social media and said, so far in the last few hours, no reports of a hit have been received in the city of Bushehr, and citizens should follow the news only from official sources. All right, I want to post this statement from the Revolutionary Guard here. Just a second. Give me a moment here. I find that threat quite interesting. I'm going to read that to you again. Iran's Revolutionary Guard. The infanticidal American regime, they say, should know that if it destroys bridges and transportation infrastructure, God willing, we will then crush the most important industrial information technology and artificial intelligence assets of companies with American shareholders in the region, in any country, and we will raise the most expensive assets of American companies in all the countries hosting American bases to the ground. So, you can think what you want about their capabilities, but they are saying if the U.S. attacks bridges and transportation infrastructure, says they're going to go, the Revolutionary Guard says they're going to go after industrial information technology and AI assets in any country of companies with American shareholders. So just to be clear, they're threatening going after business targets. Fishing Industry says they won't do anything. I don't know. I mean, we already know from Kuwait that last night Iran did attack and damage a desalination plant and power plant in Kuwait, and also injured a number of Kuwaiti army personnel with drone attacks on Kuwaiti army sites. I also don't know. I don't know if these different countries have the defense capability set up to defend corporation buildings and business assets the same way they're set up to defend, say, U.S. military bases. That I don't know. Azur Jewel thinks they are blowing smoke. Give me 1 second here. Okay, now. Hearing from Shin about some unconfirmed reports of new explosions in Iran. It's interesting though, we're seeing some denials of attacks. So far I have seen Iran state media denials of an attack. Look at, like, right here, look at this. This is from ISNA. Iran's, well, actually, this isn't even, ISNA is supported, I think, in part by the Iranian government, but I guess it's not full state media from my understanding. I believe Wikipedia says it's supported in part by the Iranian government. Iran Students News Agency. Wikipedia says it is financially supported in part by the Iranian government. Okay, anyways, they say, as they say, the governor of Bushehr denied that any strikes have happened on Bushehr. Also, the deputy governor of Khuzestan province denied reports of a U.S. aerial attack on Avaz. So those were two. As I mentioned, we have been hearing about online unconfirmed reports of attacks on different cities in Iran tonight. That's two of them. But officials are saying there haven't been strikes in either of those cities. The oil market closes for the weekend in 7 minutes. In case that means anything, the oil market closes for the weekend in 7 minutes. Also, here's another denial. Wow, this is kind of odd. Another denial here. This one is a denial about Lar, look at this. Denial of any collision or explosion in Lar, Fars province. Local sources have completely denied reports of an explosion or any impact in the city of Lar, Fars province. In the last few minutes, Iran state media has issued separate denials of explosions in Lar, explosions in Bushehr, and explosions in, what was the other one? There was a third one. Was it Avaz or something? Anyways, that's interesting. We normally don't see that many denials. Hang on here. That is odd. Yep. Oh, Vahid has a video. He got a video and it says attack on a missile site on the road to Gresh in Lar. So Vahid got a report with a video that claims to show an attack on Lar. But the government is denying that there was an attack on Lar. I don't know. I'll show you where that is. Lar is in Laristan County. Lar is in the southern part of Iran, a bit inland though. Lar, Iran. So possibly an attack there. 5 minutes till the oil market closes for the weekend. Hold on. One moment. Ah. Yeah, just to clarify, guys, remember I told you before, I told you before I saw this story on a news account like an hour ago, and I was like, that's crazy. And then I was like, it's a reliable account. And then no one else was reporting it. And I said the account might have been hacked. I just talked to the account and they said they were hacked. So I hope they get their account back soon. PW360 claims that Trump at some point said it's peaceful in Israel. He doesn't want to ruin that, but will call on them in the event it's a final crushing blow. He might have said that. I didn't hear Trump say that. Maybe he said it. I'm not sure. At some point. Thanks, PW360, for writing in. Misfit Studio mentions Trump is in New York. Yes, Trump is in New York. He's going to be giving remarks at a FIFA World Cup reception. And Trump is, well, I should see if I can get video of that. He's going to go to the World Cup final on Sunday. I don't know if I'll have video of Trump there. I'll have to see if the White House shows it, I will. I don't know if the White House is going to show Trump at the FIFA reception. I'll have to keep an eye out on that for that. That's going to be in like, I guess, 20 minutes. All right, so I'll keep an eye out for that. Hey, a quick thank you to thank you so much to Roxy JH1386. Again, I really appreciate it, Roxy. Chevy Dad, thanks for being a member. Joseph KF6TN, thanks for being a member, Joseph. Thanks to Thomas PO419. I think Thomas has given about 100 memberships so far today. Incredible. Thank you so much, Thomas, for more gift memberships. Please thank Thomas or someone else if they gave you a gift membership or gift subscription. Muhammad something fish powder, thanks for your support. Wolfie Live, thanks for being a member. Who says, what did Trump mean? We'll find out soon last night. Trump said something last night like, soon we'll be seeing the fruits of our efforts in Iran or something. I don't know. I mean, he does say that things will happen soon frequently. So maybe there was something really significant behind that, and maybe there wasn't. I don't know. I have no idea. Thank you, Wolfie Live, for being a member. Agurhan Siftsi. Thanks, Agurhan Sifti, for being a member. Dancing in the Sand, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Big Dog Gaming, thanks for your support on Twitch. Thanks, JC Thunderblank, for subscribing on Twitch. And Kendra Fox for your support on Twitch. Thanks, Kendra Fox. And Loanado, thank you. Also, Justin D. Winters, thank you. And I Got That Fire for subscribing. And also, Titases, or Titaslees, over there on Twitch for subscribing as well. Java Jenkins. Thanks, Java Jenkins, if I didn't thank you before. Now, it's 5 p.m. The oil market is closed for the weekend. Oil market is closed for the weekend. There is TradingView. Closed at 88.15. Brent crude up 3.89% for the day. So oil market's now closed for the weekend, and stock market is closed for the weekend. So now what's going to happen? Was the U.S. waiting for markets to close to do something else? We have not heard about, it's interesting. It's interesting. The U.S. did announce today that they started attacks at 3 p.m. Eastern. We haven't heard much. We haven't heard much yet. It's interesting. We have not heard much yet. Trant Ains says markets closed. But yeah, this has been a different day because normally what happens is the U.S. announces it's conducting strikes, and then you hear a lot about the different strikes. And we're not hearing about that right now, which is very interesting. One of our viewers said, Youssef Samara thinks it seems like a long night ahead. Thanks also, Short Shadow 08 for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Short Shadow 08. Yeah, Trump is supposed to speak tonight, but he's attending a FIFA reception. So I don't know that he's going to make a lot of big remarks on Iran at the FIFA reception. I don't even know if the White House will show it, so I don't know if I'll have that feed. But if I do, I'll show it to you. Explosion reported in Yazdi. According to Vahid Online, of around 5 explosions heard in Yazd, Yazd, Iran, Yazd. just a few minutes ago, just about 3 minutes ago. That's in central Iran. All right, hold on a second here. Reports from at Vahid of new explosions in Yazd, Iran. So here is Yazd here in Yazd province. It's in the center of Iran, central Iran, not on the southern coast. Central Iran, Yazd province, Yazd city. Well, there's a Yazd province and Yazd city. So I don't know exactly where it is, but Yazd city is there, and Yazd province includes Yazd city, central Iran. So again, roughly about 5 explosions were supposedly heard, according to Vahid, just a few minutes ago. Ahmed Salt thinks next week the oil price will go very high. Oh, this is interesting. I just saw an interesting report. Hold on. Monica Alba of NBC News says the White House and FIFA are discussing air quality ahead of the World Cup final. You know, in the Northeast, because I'm in Boston, we've had this. There's been issues in some cities with smoke from Canadian wildfires. Monica Alba says that the organizers are hopeful that contingency plans won't be needed, but they're going to monitor it. I wonder what the contingency plan would be. Move it? Greetings from Space says just play through it. I mean, practically speaking, right? All these people bought tickets for it. So you don't want to move it like 300 miles away, right? Obviously. So I have no idea if that's going to be an issue. I just wanted to let you know. Margie White thinks a little late to move it. You could have it at a different time, maybe. Different day? I mean, that's a whole thing. Reports of unconfirmed explosions from Yazd. So look, as I mentioned, Vahid said that he was getting reports of explosions in Yazd. This is from Mer News. Reports of unconfirmed explosions from Yazd in central Iran. A reporter from Mer News Agency reported hearing several consecutive explosions in Yazd, but details are unclear. According to these initial reports, the sound was located at a distance. And the Mer News Agency reporter emphasized it's not possible to definitively determine the nature of the explosions. Also, reports of an explosion about 7 minutes ago in Avaz. According to Vahid, with one person telling Vahid that there was an explosion, 2 explosions near the air defense base in Avaz. Again, I can't confirm that, but Vahid reporting people telling him explosion in Avaz. Give me 1 second here, please. Now remember, Avaz is Khuzestan province. In, oopsie, there. It is north of the west end of the Persian Gulf. Avaz in Khuzestan province. So we've heard about explosions in Yazd and explosions in Avaz in recent moments, recent minutes. Here's a report from Iran state media about supposedly 8 people dying in the U.S. attacks last night. Let me show you this. This is from Iran state media IRNA. 8 martyrs of the U.S.'s criminal attack on Hormozgan to be honored today. In the early morning attack on Hormozgan, southern Iran, last night, 8 people were martyred for the American enemy. The bodies of 7 dead from different places. I believe those are from the bridge attacks, because Iran had reported 7 people were killed in the bridge attacks. Those will be laid to rest on Saturday at 3 p.m. Additionally, the body of martyr Maryam Haydari Pori, who was killed in the attack on the Allah Akbar Hills in Bandar Abbas, will be laid to rest. So they claim that these 8 people died. I cannot verify that. Certainly from the videos and photos of the bridges, I would not be surprised if people were killed and injured in those strikes. I don't know if any of them were soldiers. Looked like in some of the bridge videos that maybe 1 or more civilian tanker trucks had been hit, but I don't know. Explosion heard in Lar now. Look at this. Explosion heard on the southern outskirts of Lar. Local sources reported that a sound resembling an explosion was heard moments ago on the southern outskirts of the city of Lar. Oh, also Avaz. Missile attack on areas near the city of Avaz by the American terrorist enemy just in. Deputy Governor of Khuzestan Province for Security Affairs a few minutes ago, areas near the city of Avaz were targeted by a missile attack from the American terrorist enemy. Wow, okay, so new reports of attacks now in Iran. Yazd and Lar, and a missile attack near Avaz. So the three reports right there. Explosions heard in Yazd, explosion heard on the southern outskirts of Lar, and a missile attack near Avaz. And just to show you where all this is, so Avaz is in Khuzestan province up here, north of the west part of the Persian Gulf. Yazd is in the center of the country, I believe. Yeah, Yazd is in central Iran. And where is Lar? I forgot where Lar is. Isn't that above Bushehr? Maybe I'm totally wrong here. Not that wrong. Lar is a bit inland, but about, 100 miles or so northwest of Bandar Abbas. So 15 minutes after the oil market closed, we have a number of reports of new attacks in Iran. Here is a new post from Mer News at the bottom there. Official denial of air defense activity in Najafabad. The deputy governor of Isfahan, in an interview with Mer News Agency, any reports of air defense activity in the city of Najafabad are denied. Hey, thank you, Lou1210L, who mentioned that Andy Burnham was elected the new Labour Party leader today, so he will become the prime minister next week. Is it Monday? I can't remember. Monday. Thank you to Lou1210L. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you also Carolyn McCauley, our new member over there on YouTube. Thank you. David L. Upton, thanks for being a member. Thanks for shouting out the mods too. David L. Upton, thanks for the gift memberships. That's very nice of you. Thanks, David L. Okay, update about Yazd province. 5 explosions heard in Yazd. According to Tasnim, U.S. fighter jets attack areas in Yazd province. 5 explosions heard. Now they say late last night, but it's 12:48 a.m. So they mean like an hour ago. The sound of 5 explosions were heard in some peripheral areas of the city of Yazd in central Iran. Residents in some of the city's outskirts also reported hearing the sound of fighter jets. The locations that were hit are still unknown, and security officials have emphasized people should follow official media outlets for accurate news. Shrenko thinks Iran has no air defense. I mean, at this point, I'm guessing it's pretty minimal what they might have, if they have anything. Or at least minimally effective. You have Fars News saying reports of explosions heard in parts of Lar. A few minutes ago, residents of southern Lar reported hearing several explosions. They also say, I think that's meant to be missile attack on areas near the city of Avaz, targeted by an American attack. We don't know what was struck in these attacks. Oh, is the White House live now? One of our viewers mentioned that. Yes, thanks to our viewer, Judah. So President Trump is going to speak soon at a FIFA reception. So I mean, I'm not necessarily going to show the whole thing, because if he's just talking about FIFA, I don't want to. I'm not going to interrupt for half an hour of discussion of FIFA. But maybe he'll talk about Iran. So we'll keep an eye on it. I will keep an eye on it. We are bringing you the latest updates. Nor explosion, another explosion reported here. Look, another explosion reported. This one in southern Laristan. Minutes ago, residents of southern Laristan reported hearing an explosion. That is from ISNA News in Iran. Now, I need my map. There is Laristan, which is near, it's in southern Iran, not on the coast though. Don't know, what has been hit in these strikes we've been hearing about. I'll let you know if we hear more. Hey, a quick shout out to our Twitch subscribers like Lan24N, Gaz1969 UK. Thanks for subscribing. Wall Street Shaggy Simp Nasty Scrimp, G Slayer, and Susan CHF, Rolling by KCXO. Thank you. Justin D. Winters, Uncle Fester, Dancing in the Sand, Hugh J. Douthis, Sandy Doggo, New Yorker 783. Thanks to all of our Sarah. Thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers and our YouTube members. Big thanks. Just to name a few. Gregory Scherer, J.K. Senar, David Joe Klotz, Evelyn in Maine, Roy 1822, Snarf Maru, the one and only Frosty McMuggins, Michael Avery, Melody Aceves, UK Aussie, Julie Barclay, Molly Morgan, D. Blake, James Perry. Thanks for being members on YouTube and supporting the channel. Thanks also Susan Priest Buchner and Kay Lowry Body and all of our Facebook subscribers. Thanks Jerry Kovacs for being a member as well. Oops. I don't have a good sense. I don't have a good sense of what these strikes have what strikes have hit tonight. So far, I mean, we've been hearing about fewer strikes than last night, but I mean, I have no idea what's going to happen tonight. And who knows what's been hit. Again, President Trump is supposed to speak at a FIFA World Cup reception in a little bit. So we'll take a look at some of that. I don't know if he's going to talk about Iran. Hey, Danny Morales, that's really nice of you. Thanks to Danny Morales 319. That is really kind of you to support the channel like that. Very generous of you. Danny Morales, thank you. Danny. Just trying to find some updates here. Here is an update about Avaz from Tasnim State Media. They say, now I think they mean missile attack, not rocket attack. I'm going to assume that means a missile attack on areas around the city of Avaz by the American enemy. Deputy Security Governor of Khuzestan Province, a few minutes ago, areas around the city of Avaz were targeted. I think that's supposed to be a missile attack from the American terrorist enemy. A Tasnim agency reporter said the sound of the impact was likely heard near the Avaz and Dimeshq road. Globestorm 1 says, what do we think the end game will look like? Oh, hold on. Oh, Trump is live. Sorry, let's go to Trump for a second. Sorry, I didn't realize he was live. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. Let's just see if he says anything about Iran. I didn't even realize it was live. Well, they're playing "Proud to Be an American," so it's. I can't show it to you yet, but as soon as they stop playing the song, I can show it to you. This is in New York right now, New York City. Oops. They're playing "Proud to Be an American" right now. Let's see what I think. I think we're good.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Dear Mr. President, dear friends, colleagues, ladies, gentlemen, presidents from all over the world, dear President, we have the world united here today, the presidents of all the countries of the world, of course, of football or soccer in the world, but we know that this is the most important thing in the world, so the most important people in the world are here today. The legends of our game are here, those who made our heart beat, who made the hearts of billions of people in the world beat, and of course, the FIFA Council as well. We are all here united tonight, President, to celebrate this incredible FIFA World Cup. When we met the first time, Mr. President, in 2018 in the summer, after the award of the decision, I promised you we would make a great World Cup. And by all means, this World Cup has exceeded all expectations. Full stadiums, 7 million people in the stadium, tens of millions in the cities in America, in Canada, in Mexico, billions in front of their TV, everyone enjoying the game with happiness, with joy, with peace, and the American dream, Mr. President, came to reality. We united the world. We united the world in America. When I told you we will do a great World Cup, you told me America will welcome the world, and you did welcome the world. Everyone that came here enjoyed it. Everyone that stayed home enjoyed it as well by watching the incredible images of these beautiful host cities, of the fans from all over the world coming together and enjoying in peace, Mr. President, in happiness and in joy, because I don't know if you know, but the official definition of FIFA is FIFA is the official happiness provider to humanity since 120 years. So we are providing joy and happiness.
Unless the team loses.
Unless the team loses, of course.
That's not so happy.
And all this, of course, would not have been possible. And I say this because it is the truth. You don't need people to compliment you, Mr. President, but this World Cup would not have been such an incredible success without you. Please, your administration, every single person in the White House, in the administration, in the cities, in the states, everywhere contributed to create this safe and secure and joyful environment to live something that the world has never seen. This has not just been, and is not just the greatest World Cup of all times. It is the greatest human, social, and cultural event that mankind has ever witnessed and seen, and we are all part of it, and for this, I thank you very much, Mr. President. Thanks for having us here. There is one more game to go. Two more games, the bronze medal tomorrow, and between England and France, of course, and the great final between Argentina and Spain. One country will be the world champion, but the world has already won. America has won, FIFA has won, and uniting the world in such a way as we did this summer, giving unforgettable experiences and memories to millions, to billions of people all over the world, is something that we will take with us and cherish forever. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
So, I want to thank Johnny, this guy. He came to me with this crazy idea. I said, are you crazy? We're not a soccer country. It turned out we were a soccer country, and I think it's going to remain. But what he's done and what he thought of, with a lot of your friends that I met today, they were very much involved in the decision. But I want to thank our great FIFA president, Gianni Infantino. There's nobody like him, actually, very few. And the entire team at FIFA for their incredible work. I've met so many of them. I see why you were so successful. Because of the commitment and devotion of the people in this room, this beautiful room where the sound is very good, because you're going to hear a great opera singer in a couple of minutes. That's why I say, you know, Pavarotti was here. I was saying years ago he was here, and he sang right in that corner. And he said to me something I never forgot, because it's luck. Sound is luck. Like talent, you're born with it. Sound is a little luck. He said, this is the greatest space. And he came and recorded either an album or a song, and we're going to hear somebody, you're going to hear somebody in a couple of minutes that's really good. But I did say to him, Christopher, are you as good as, he's an Italian man also. I don't know, it seems that being Italian's a big advantage in that business, right? If his name was Christopher Smith, it wouldn't work out as well. But I said, Christopher, are you as good as Pavarotti? No, no, no. He was the maestro. He was the greatest of all time. There was nobody like, when you hear him, you'll understand he's just as good. Now, I would have said, no, no, I'm better than Pavarotti if I were him. And therefore, I'm doing this instead of that. But you're going to hear somebody who's fantastic, really an acknowledged genius. But this has been the most successful sporting event maybe in the history of the world. It's been amazing. So I want to congratulate everybody in this room, because you're very much into football. I'll say the word football. It gets a little confusing here because we have the great Bob Kraft. He's won 6 Super Bowls? 6 Super Bowls. That's not, stand up, Bob, will you please? And he also owns a soccer team, which is good, but hasn't been quite as good as the football. Do you agree? Not quite. And you're okay with that. He's okay with that, actually, in this country. Congratulations, Bob. Nice to have you. You've been my friend for a long time. But 8 years ago, all the way back in 2018, it was my honor to help secure the World Cup for North America, and never thinking that it would turn out to be what it's turned out to be. And Johnny said this would happen, but as fate would have it, I'm president. I said, you know, I was supposed to not be here right now. I was supposed to be president for 8 years. The polls showed it, everyone showed it. They rigged the election, and what did I get? I got the World Cup, I got the Olympics, and I brought him here. I tried to take credit for 250 years, but that didn't work out as well. I tried to say I created 250 years. That one didn't work, but I did get the Olympics, and we got this, and I don't know, this might be bigger than the Olympics. Tell me, is it bigger?
Much bigger.
All right, I'll take his word for it.
Much bigger.
I'll take his word for it.
It's 140.
I had a feeling he was going to say that, but Gianni, I want to thank FIFA Secretary General Matthias Grafstrom, as well as FIFA vice presidents and all of those vice presidents and council members, along with the presidents and general secretaries of FIFA member associations, along with some presidents of their countries. Of course, being a president of your country at this particular time isn't really as good as being the president of one of your associations, but you've done an amazing job. In fact, the presidents of the countries are sitting in the back row. You believe this? They're going to be very upset with you. But we also have many famous FIFA legends and all-star players, people that I recognize, being somebody that knows something about sports. I have my children love soccer. My one son, my very tall son, Barron, loves soccer. He's a good soccer player. He may, I don't know, his speed might, he's very tall. I don't know. I said, when some guy gets by you from Spain, from Argentina, from France, Barron, what happens? From England, what happens, Barron? He said, Dad, I'm a very good ball handler. I said, but Barron, if he's faster, what do you do about it? Dad, he'll never get by me. I said, but when he does, and he didn't want to answer that question. So speed, I think, is quite important in this sport. Do you agree? Oh, yes. But he has good skills, actually. But he helped, Johnny helped shape the game. You all helped shape the game and really bring it to a level that I don't think I've ever seen before. Melania's father, Victor's sitting right here, and he's been a wonderful father-in-law, a great guy. And he said he used to play soccer as a young man. He didn't quite make it into the big leagues, but he's a good athlete. Victor, stand up. Stand up. An ex-soccer player. But we're gathered tonight. Thanks, Victor. But we're gathered tonight. He's going to be at the game along with Melania, along with everybody. I mean, who's not going to be at the game? If we had about 10 million more, we would sell every ticket. This thing is sold out. I've never seen, nobody's seen anything like it. But we're gathered tonight in New York City as we await the final face-off on Sunday between the two amazing teams, Spain and Argentina. I watched that pass that Messi made, and not knowing as much as the people in this room, but I know about sports and I know about a little bit about soccer. But I watched Messi, and he was well guarded, right? Well guarded. And all of a sudden, he's standing on the right. You understand what I'm talking about? I don't know if anybody, I just noticed it. Nobody talked about it. I just noticed it. I said, he's so well guarded by a great player. And then he moved to the right, and the other player was just standing there. And he had plenty of time. He kicked it. It was within, I would say, a quarter of an inch of being perfect. And that was the end of the game. It was brilliant. And these great players, they seem to do that over and over again. They're just born with something extra special. I know that Ronaldo is one of them. I got to know him over the years, and he's a great guy. You have a great player in England who I played golf with. You know that, right? And he is Harry, who's been fantastic. I think they perhaps made a mistake when they made him a defensive player. What do I know about soccer? They took the league and they took their best player and they put him on defense. Then somehow, we got to be a little offensive, right? But no, I'm not going to call it. Look, what do I know about coaching? But that was a little unusual. But Harry is a great guy, actually. But we're gathered tonight in New York City as we await the final face-off on Sunday between these two amazing teams. And it's going to be something, I think, really special. This has been a tournament like no other, filled with fierce competition, unforgettable moments, yet unforgettable moments. Like probably the most unforgettable is when they gave that gentleman, is it a red card? And I was forced to call Johnny and just make a recommendation. I said, Johnny, I'd like to make a recommendation. Let the guy in the game. No, I didn't say that. I said, I'd like to wage a complaint. And actually, I had no idea what was going to happen, but You know, it's so much better the way it worked out because there's no controversy. They won the game, and our team had all of its players. You made another great decision, if you think about it. I know you'll never get credit. You'll never get credit for that. Think of it if he didn't allow him, and they let to say, we would have won the game if we had our best players. So Johnny made yet another of his many good decisions. But the spirit and patriotism and the unity that's brought, I think, the whole world together. This has really brought the world together. The 2026 FIFA World Cup has broken almost every record imaginable. This is the largest World Cup in history by far, by many times, actually. Welcoming 16 additional teams, and I understand you may be making it even larger next time. I suggested that this has been so successful that, and I'm really working these people hard because they really call the shot. They tell Johnny exactly what to do. I say what we should do is you should choose the United States of America again. This time we'll leave Mexico and Canada out. But then what you do is which I was very nice to get them in, but what we do is you choose us, but you pick somebody else for the next one, and that will take some of the anger, hatred.
All right, so I was listening to this. He doesn't seem to be talking about anything about Iran. So I'm going to get back to the Iran stuff. I did see something that I thought was interesting here that I wanted to show you. This is quite interesting. What is this about? By the way, Iran once in a while claims that they shot down U.S. drones. Sometimes, a bunch of times, it's U.S. Reaper drones. I can't confirm they have. They did. They did. So we have another one of those. They say MQ-9 shot down in the sky above Bushehr. That's what they claim. That's Iran state media. I don't know if that's true. That's not what I want to show you, though. That's from IRNA. This thing. Daily activities of employees in the PARS Special Economic Zone organization have been shifted to remote work. Based on the CEO of the PARS Energy Special Economic Zone organization stated, based on the decisions of the Emergency Response Committee with the aim of continuing to provide services, the daily activities of those of and those of female employees at this organization will be conducted remotely for the next 2 weeks. Why is that happening? Why are they telling all these people who work there to not go to work? All units of the organization, as determined by the relevant manager and after coordination with a notification to the Human Resources Department, will operate with 30% of their workforce on site. Operational and shift workers, due to the nature of their activities, will continue to be present at their workplaces 100% of the time, and service delivery and operational areas will continue uninterrupted. That is from IRNA. I don't really understand that. PARS Special Energy. That's an important area there for their economy, I believe. That's Iran's premier industrial hub, according to Gemini. That was created to harness the massive South Pars gas field. So I don't really understand, like, why is this happening? That they're shifting a lot of people who work in that zone to work remotely. Fletch says preparing for bombing. There was a similar announcement about people not going to work in Hormozgan province as well. So what we have is, hang on. Is Iran anticipating something? I guess is what I'm saying. Because we're getting these announcements of people staying home from work. Oh, hold on. We don't get him off. Two announcements today of Iran workers being told to stay home from work. A significant number of workers in the PARS Special Economic Zone organization, plus, what was the other one about half the workers? Yeah, I wonder why this is happening. Why is Iran telling workers to stay home? Where is the, yeah, 50, here's the other one. 50% of employees to work in Hormozgan province offices on Saturday. Okay. Anyways, I find this interesting. So one thing you wonder is, does Iran think that things are going to escalate and therefore they want more people staying at home? Something else might be that maybe these attacks have caused some kind of situation where the offices can't handle that many people coming in, or there's issues with traveling and traffic. But It's weird to me. I mean, I follow this Iranian state media a lot because of the war, and it's weird to see these two announcements were about large numbers of people not coming into work and staying home or working remotely all of a sudden. So just something I noticed, and maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's nothing. I don't know, but I did find that interesting. We'll see if we see any more of those announcements. It's kind of weird to me. Hen Jensen thinks it's nothing. Hypernova says might be fuel related. And also, both of those announcements, one of them came out just hours before, like one of them came out just after midnight on July 18th for July 18th. And the other one is also, very interestingly, both of those announcements are about people staying home from work Saturday or starting on Saturday. And these announcements are being made after midnight when it's already Saturday. These aren't announcements about 2 weeks in advance. This is people are stay home today from work. And one of them says the next 2 weeks. I find that kind of odd. Why are they announcing something like that like the day of? If indeed they hadn't announced it before. It didn't sound like they'd announced it before. BMX Kane thinks something in the area clearly got hit or affected. By the way, Marine Traffic posted today and said that Hormuz traffic reaches 3-week low. Marine traffic data indicates confirmed crossings through the monitored Strait of Hormuz zone fell to 8 on July 16th, down from 15 a day earlier and marking a 3-week low. 7 of the 8 transits followed the Iranian route, with no crossings via the southern Omani route, which is what the U.S. recommends, and no shadow fleet movements recorded. Traffic was evenly split between commercial and non-commercial vessels, with half of all crossings Iranian flagged. The latest data reflect a continued decline in vessel activity, reinforcing signs of a more selective operating environment across one of the world's busiest maritime choke points. By the way, quick thanks to Brad Buckingham. Thanks, Brad Buckingham, for your support. I really appreciate that. Also, Jerry Kovacs. Thanks so much, Jerry Kovacs. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth, who says a big fire in Norway. When I get a second, I'll look at it. I don't know if we'll be talking about it on this broadcast, but thank you so much, Lidwine Elizabeth, for your support. I really appreciate it. Thanks, I Am Charlie, for your support. M. Rod M. Thank you so much. Stephen Briones. Thank you very much, Stephen Briones. Angry Sharma. Thank you, Angry Sharma. Stephen Payton. Thank you, Stephen, for watching for so long and supporting the channel. Really appreciate it. Stephen Payton, 626. Also, Katie, thanks for being a member, Katie9291. By the way, I think our viewer, Angry Sharma, might be watching in India. Thanks if you're watching from India. Update. We have an update for you. Breaking news report. Breaking news report. Look at this from Iranian state media, from the Revolutionary Guard. IRGC reports 2 oil tankers exploded and caught fire after attempting to pass through a minefield in the southern Strait of Hormuz. This is unverified. Earlier today, 2 oil tankers, which were deceived by U.S. intelligence agencies into attempting to pass through a minefield in the southern Strait of Hormuz, exploded and caught fire? The IRGC Navy declares with certainty that the Strait of Hormuz is extremely unsafe and completely closed due to the crimes of the U.S. child-killing army, and until the aggressions of the criminal America end, it is impossible to export any chemical fertilizers or even a single drop of oil and gas from this region. Vessels should not be deceived and should not enter the minefield in order to protect their assets and, more importantly, their lives. All right, so hold on a second here. Wow. Now, I don't know if this is true. Now, they say exploded and caught fire. I don't know if they're saying we attacked them, right? So this would be a way. There was a report about 12 hours ago of a ship attacked in the southern Strait of Hormuz, which we haven't heard much about. I don't know if this is one of those 2 ships. I don't know when they're saying this happened. When they say exploded and caught fire, I mean, that might be a way, if these ships really were attacked, I mean, they've attacked plenty of ships. If these were attacked, it'd be a way for them to say, well, we're not admitting we did it, right? I don't know. I mean, I'm not aware of any ships that have been confirmed hit by mines. Also, it's, the whole point of, a big point of ships being told by the U.S. has been telling ships to go through the southern route in the Strait of Hormuz. And that route is supposed to be not mined. There's reports unconfirmed that Iran has mined the central route through the Strait of Hormuz, which is the one that ships used to take, and now want ships to take the northern route. And so I don't know if it's true. It would be big news if Iran actually had put mines in the southern Strait of Hormuz. That would be a huge deal, because that's the route that the U.S. has been telling ships to take. And I believe the U.S. has said it's cleared that route. So I don't know if there really are mines in the southern Strait of Hormuz. I don't know if there were really ships, if there were explosions. It seems more likely to me, though, that this is Iran announcing that 2 more ships have been attacked. Usually, when the Revolutionary Guard makes these announcements that ships have been attacked, usually they're pretty reliable. So we'll have to wait and see. But this isn't like the Revolutionary Guard saying we blew up a bunch of U.S. planes. These reports tend to be more reliable. So I would not at all be surprised to find out that 2 more ships have been attacked by Iran in the southern Strait of Hormuz. But we'll have to wait and see what we see. That's an interesting new report from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Oh, I have an update from Vahid. 20 minutes ago, Vahid reported explosions in Bandar Abbas. Okay? A number of explosions Vahid reported in Bandar Abbas. Well, not Vahid. Vahid got a number of reports from people of explosions about 25 minutes ago in Bandar Abbas. Several explosions reported there. A number of them. Okay? He posted that about 20 minutes ago. So unconfirmed report from Vahid of several explosions in Bandar Abbas. Regarding this, the heat online on Telegram, regarding reports of, we'll have to see what we hear about this new report from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. They say that two ships in the southern Strait of Hormuz exploded and caught fire. I am wondering if they did attack 2 more ships in the Strait of Hormuz. We'll have to see what we hear about that. Just to mention again, there was this report hours ago, like 12 hours ago, that I really didn't hear much about after, where the, right here, this one, from UKMTO, where they said that report date was July 16th, yesterday. So, I mean, I don't know that it'd be this one. This is a report this was posted overnight, but the report date was July 16th, yesterday, at about 6 p.m. Eastern time. And they talked about a tanker being hit by an unknown projectile causing minor structural damage to the port side. That does not sound like the ships that Iran described, although that is in the southern Strait of Hormuz. So I do wonder, did Iran target 2 more ships in the Strait of Hormuz? Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. We have a new report that I hadn't seen from about 15 minutes ago. Bandar Abbas. Multiple explosions reported in Bandar Abbas. And look at this. There was a light seen. They usually don't say that. This is from Iran State Media Mer. Explosion and sound reported in Bandar Abbas. So that was like 20 minutes ago. Reports of multiple explosions and the sound of aircraft flying over Bandar Abbas and its surrounding areas. A reporter for Mer News Agency confirmed the sound of 2 explosions. Then they said, after that, about 15 minutes ago, explosion reported in Keshem Island. News agency reporter in Bandar Abbas witnesses explosion light. Simultaneously with reports of an explosion being heard on Keshem Island, a Mer News Agency reporter in Bandar Abbas also witnessed the light from an explosion a short time ago. Further details regarding the source of the sounds in the explosion light will be announced later. Sounds like maybe a big explosion? Well, give me a second here. If you're wondering, how far is Bandar Abbas from Keshem? It's close, but I mean, it's pretty close. Well, it's not that close. I mean, it's about 13 miles from Keshem. All right, give me a second. I got to get that posted. Iran State Media Mer. Explosion reported on Keshem Island. And simultaneously, a Mer reporter in Bandar Abbas witnessed the light from an explosion. Also, reports of multiple explosions heard in Bandar Abbas. That's a weird post about the explosion light. They usually don't post something like that. I don't know what to make of that. Simultaneously with report, and they use the two asterisks of explosion reported in Keshem, Mehr news agency reporter in Bandar Abbas, about 13 miles away, witnesses explosion light. Simultaneously with reports of an explosion being heard on Keshem Island, a Mehr news agency reporter in Bandar Abbas also witnessed the light from an explosion. Now, also, they said 5 explosions heard outside Yazdi. Details. The deputy governor for political and security affairs of Yazd province, I think that's in central Iran, announced that 5 projectiles were fired by the enemy outside the city limits. So far, there have been no casualties. Despite the incident, the atmosphere is calm and the aerospace over Yazdi is currently completely safe, said the deputy governor. Oh, also, IRNA is reporting an attack on Bandar Abbas. Official sources have announced that Bandar Abbas was attacked by a U.S. enemy military force at about 20 minutes ago. Remember, there were a number of attacks on bridges around Bandar Abbas and a railway station, a railway junction near Bandar Abbas. Multiple reports said that the U.S., in American media, said the U.S. was trying to cut off Bandar Abbas. Now we're hearing about an explosions in Bandar Abbas, and also an explosion on Keshem Island, which is here, where a Mehr news reporter saw a light at the time of the explosion, and the Mehr news reporter was in Bandar Abbas. And as we mentioned a few minutes ago, as Eric Lakin said, which we just talked about, Iran Revolutionary Guard says that 2 tankers, oil tankers in the southern Strait of Hormuz had exploded and caught fire, which may mean that they attacked them. Oh, hold on a second. I just saw something else. Sorry, I had missed this one before. I missed this before. A couple things I missed before. My fault. But we're going to get back to it right now. Okay, first of all, this was about half an hour ago. U.S. fighter jets continue attacks on areas in Yazd. Report from Tasnim correspondent in Yazd. Despite the late-night attacks by U.S. fighter jets on certain areas of Yazd, explosions were heard again in those same areas just moments ago. That's central Iran, I believe. Simultaneously, the sound of U.S. fighter jets can be heard in the sky. No reports have been yet released regarding the extent of the damage to the affected areas. But relevant officials have announced that operational teams have been dispatched to those locations. Then also it says here, U.S. enemy attack on Fars province, Lar, which we'd heard about, but also Darab, were targeted by missile attacks. A Tasnim news agency reporter in Fars province reported that areas in Lar and Darab were attacked by the U.S. enemy. 2 explosions were heard in both counties. And that report was from about half an hour ago. So we're hearing about multiple waves of attacks in Yazd, which you usually don't talk about we usually haven't talked about the last few weeks, but Yazd is in central Iran. Yazd province, Iran, is here. Yazd province. That's central Iran. And then what did they say? They said Lar in Darab in Fars province. So Darab is here. That's also pretty well inland, southern Iran. Darab is here. And where is Lar? Lar. Now I can't find it. Lar. Okay, there you go. Lar and Darab, about 100 miles away from each other. Attacks in both of those areas. I don't know what's been attacked. We're hearing about a lot of attacks, but I don't know what's been attacked. Husker says, missile storage, I do not know. Also, Mer News says, like other outlets, that Bandar Abbas has been attacked by the U.S. Here is a report. Ooh, this is just, well, they're saying this was an hour ago, but just got announced. Well, there's two reports there. But at the bottom it says, attack by U.S. forces on a location outside the city of Yazd. Deputy Governor of Yazd at 40 minutes past midnight, which would be about an hour ago. A military site in Yazd was attacked and hit by 5 projectiles. Relevant teams are at present at the scene, and the potential damage from the incident is being assessed. Also, at 1:20, about 25 minutes ago, a point in Bandar Abbas was targeted by a military attack from a U.S. enemy. Details will be released later. Lego Common Sense says, bombs away. We are bringing you updates here. Again, we're hearing about a bunch of strikes in Iran. Unclear what is being hit. Appreciate you being with us for our coverage, and I want to shout out our moderators who are with us, moderating in the chat. Let me do that in the chats. Hang on, I need a second. William Watson says, how is this still going on? This war. Ruth and Haley Girl are moderating on YouTube. Thank you so much for moderating there. I really appreciate it. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah. Thank you. Kay Lowry Body on Facebook, modding over there. Paul Anderson. Thank you. Thanks, Dolly Clark, for subscribing over there on Facebook. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you. Also, thanks to New Yorker 783 for your support on Twitch, and Big Dog Gaming for your support on Twitch, and Cheap Soul for subscribing on Twitch, and Anonymous Gifter for the gift sub on Twitch. Also, Jimbo Slice 1UP for your support on Twitch. Oh, you know what I missed? I'm sorry. I didn't even see this. I don't know if I was asleep when they posted this. This was earlier today. Or I hadn't seen this yet. I had posted some stuff related to this, but this is the post about the tower. I had posted a different post about how this tower was destroyed, but I didn't know that that CENTCOM had posted about it. So this was a port surveillance tower at Chabahar, which apparently they'd attacked this several different times, but last night it finally came down. So you can see they say on July 16th, U.S. forces successfully destroyed the Chabahar Shahid Kalantari port surveillance tower, part of a maritime surveillance network along Iran's Gulf of Oman coastline used for decades by the Revolutionary Guard Corps to track and target commercial shipping, commercial vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz. The destruction of this tower directly degrades IRGC's ability to coordinate attacks on innocent civilian crew members. Furthermore, the strike protects freedom of navigation in regional waters for all vessels, except ships attempting to violate the ongoing U.S. naval blockade in Iran. I don't know all the specifics here. I wouldn't be surprised if some people in Iran claim that this was a civilian tower with mainly civilian use. I don't know. You know, it's a similar issue when last night the U.S. Hit a number of bridges in Iran. And I'm pretty certain those weren't exclusive military bridges. Then you get into these debates about, well, you know, what is a military target? What is when is it okay to blow up a target if it has a military use, if it's also used by civilians, which is a whole other thing, which I'm not going to tell you what to think about that, but there's some more clear pictures of this online, but you can see the missiles coming in there. Yes, well, no, Chabahar is a little bit to the east of Strait of Hormuz. So I'll show you where this is. Thanks for mentioning it. Chabahar is actually, what did I do? Oh, I know what I did. Sorry. So I can get rid of this. So Chabahar, the Strait of Hormuz is in here. Chabahar is actually to the east. Chabahar is over here. See, it says Chabahar. There's Chabahar. And then there's the Strait of Hormuz is in here. So it's probably a good 200 miles to the east of the Strait of Hormuz. Andrew L thinks dual use. We have an attack summary by Iran state media IRNA. Here's what they say on IRNA, Iran state media. Summary of tonight's attack by the American enemy at this moment. The American terrorist army, they say, continuing its illegitimate attacks, tonight target areas in the counties of Avaz, Bandar Abbas, Keshem, Lar, Darab, and Yazd with its missiles for the umpteenth time. No figures have yet been released regarding the number of potential casualties killed and injured from these attacks. We really haven't had much detail at all about what's been attacked. Thank you so much to Kaiser Soze, or Kaiser Sozex, I guess it is. Thank you, Kaiser. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate it. Thanks for your note as well. Thanks also to Sabra for your support, for all your support, Sabra. I really appreciate that. Thanks for shouting out our moderators. Huge thanks to Frozen Ghost for the gift memberships. Frozen Ghost 2112. Please thank Frozen Ghost if you get a gift membership from them. Thank you, Frozen Ghost. We're bringing you the latest here. Waiting to get some more details on these attacks. Oh, breaking update. Breaking update from Iran. Here's a breaking update from Iran. Check this out. From Iranian state media, we're hearing some details about attacks. Look at this. Remember, Hormozgan province is in the southern Iran, which is near the Strait of Hormuz, Hormozgan province. They say several transportation routes in Hormozgan province blocked following enemy attacks. Due to attacks on some road infrastructure in Hormozgan province, traffic on several transportation routes has been restricted and in some cases completely blocked. Citizens are advised to avoid unnecessary travel. According to official sources, the Shirad Mirzai tunnel on the Bandar Abbas Hajlabad route is closed in both directions due to enemy attacks. The shore bridge has been targeted. Wow. The outbound bridge on the Minab three-way intersection towards Rudan after the Sarza junction has also been attacked. 2 more bridges. So it sounds like they are saying they announced that 2 more bridges have been attacked and possibly a tunnel. Announces that 2 more bridges have been attacked in Iran and the announcement seems to say a tunnel has been attacked as well. These attacks are, these reported attacks are all in Hormozgan province in southern Iran. Due to enemy attacks on some road infrastructure in Hormozgan province, traffic on several transportation routes has been restricted and in some cases completely blocked. Citizens are advised to avoid unnecessary travel. I don't know if I should take this back. I don't know if all of the attacks are in Hormozgan province. I'm not positive about that. It's about the announcements focused on Hormozgan province. I don't know for sure that every single thing attacked is in Hormozgan province. All right, so let's go over this announcement again, but wow, look at this. So 2 more bridges and possibly a tunnel. So several transportation routes in Hormozgan province blocked following enemy attacks. Again, that's where Bandar Abbas was. That's southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. And just so you can see on a map where we're talking about here, that's the province near the Strait of Hormuz. See it there? See it in the red there? That's Hormozgan province there, surrounding the Strait of Hormuz on the Iranian side. So, due to enemy attacks on some road infrastructure in Hormozgan province, traffic in several transportation routes, has been restricted and in some cases completely blocked. Citizens are advised to avoid unnecessary travel. According to official sources, the Shahid Mirzai tunnel on the Bandar Abbas, where is this? On the Bandar Abbas, Hajiabad route is closed in both directions due to enemy attacks until further notice. The shore bridge has also been targeted, which suggests the tunnel was targeted too. According to this report, the outbound bridge on the Minab 3-way intersection towards Rudan after the Sarzed junction has also been attacked. That's 2 bridges, and it seems to suggest a tunnel has been attacked as well. Citizens and drivers are requested to avoid unnecessary travel on these routes until further notice and to follow official announcements from relevant authorities for the latest road conditions. So, again, more infrastructure attacks, bridge attacks in southern Iran. Last night, a number of bridges were attacked and also a railroad junction near Bandar Abbas. Now we're hearing about, now one of our viewers says setting up a ground invasion. I don't know. There were multiple reports last night, like the Wall Street Journal carried a report last night where they said that the attacks were designed to choke off the regime's supply routes to a port city and a naval base. And some of these reports have suggested that these attacks are designed to isolate Bandar Abbas, which is an important, which has a naval base. And Wall Street Journal says that city is critical to Iran's ability to project power in the waterway and throughout the Persian Gulf. So is that what's going on here or something different? I don't know. But we're seeing more infrastructure attacks in southern Iran. Jim Dennis thinks we are preparing for a larger conflict. So big news coming out of Iran, more bridges. U.S. reports U.S. reportedly attacks more bridges in southern Iran. Wow. Oh, hey guys, this Tasnim report says the tunnel was attacked. Look at this. I think it's basically the same report, but it's maybe slightly different language. The Shahid Marzai tunnel was attacked. The shore bridge was attacked. Yes. Yes, a tunnel and two bridges in Hormozgan province, which borders the Strait of Hormuz, which have been attacked. Okay, this is a new announcement. This is from Tasnim. Iran state media Tasnim also reports that two bridges and a tunnel that the U.S. has attacked two bridges and a tunnel in Hormozgan province, which is near the Strait of Hormuz. Wow. Let's read this announcement. They attacked a tunnel as part of the enemy's ongoing attacks on Hormozgan province. Hold on. Two bridges plus tunnel. Oops, I didn't need I plus. Oops. I see what happened there. There's a missing I. U.S. fighter jets attack several key transportation routes in southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz, Hormozgan province, as part of the enemy's ongoing attacks in Hormozgan province. The Shahid Mirzai tunnel on the Bandar Abbas Hajiabad route and two bridges on key transportation routes in the province were targeted by U.S. fighter jets. The Shahid Mirzai tunnel on the Bandar Abbas to Hajiabad route, located near Golga and at kilometer 45, was attacked. Now, I don't know if cars were in the tunnel, and traffic in both directions on this route is currently closed until further notice. Additionally, the shore bridge on the same route was also attacked. A bridge on the Minab three-way intersection towards Rudan, located after the Sarzeh junction, was also targeted by the enemy. Drivers are advised to avoid unnecessary travel, use alternative routes, and refrain from entering the affected areas to facilitate the operations of rescue and service teams. Wow. Wow. All right, give me a moment here. Further information regarding the extent of the damage and the reopening of roads will be announced later. I am guessing we will start to see videos and photos of the bridges and tunnel. New reports here of explosions in Bushehr. Vahid just posted that about 5 minutes ago, several explosions were heard in Bushehr, which is on the Persian Gulf. Well, the city is on the Persian Gulf. I don't know if it's Bushehr province or Bushehr region, but you can see here, there is Bushehr next to the Persian Gulf. And there's also Bushehr region, which includes Bushehr city. So about 5 minutes ago, reportedly explosions in Bushehr via Vahid Online on Telegram. Also, hold on a second here. New explosions here reported in Bandar Abbas, Sirik, and Keshem. Now, I don't know when these happened, but this is about 10 minutes ago from Fars Media, Fars State Media. You can see it says, live report from an Iranian state TV broadcaster reporter. The sound of an enemy fighter jet can be heard in Bandar Abbas. A few minutes ago, at least 2 explosions were heard in Bandar Abbas. That's Hormozgan province. That's where the 2 bridges and tunnel were reportedly attacked. Additionally, 3 explosions were heard in Sirik, and several explosions were heard on Keshem Island. Iran State TV also reports 2 bridges and a tunnel were attacked. Hormozgan Province Governorate, the Shahid Mirzai tunnel on the Bandar Abbas Hajiabad route in both directions is closed due to enemy attacks. The shore bridge on the same route has also been targeted. The bridge on the Minab three-way route towards Rudan after the Sarza intersection has also been attacked. People are advised to avoid traveling on these routes. Efforts are underway to create alternative routes and detours. Let me show you where this is. Let's try to find these things. So where is the Shahid Mirzai tunnel? I have to look that up. I'm not getting an initial hit on maps. I don't know. I can't find it. All right, anyways, I'm not initially seeing where that is on the map. So I'll have to try to do some more research. They also said the shore bridge. The Shore River Bridge. I think I found it. It's also, actually, I think a bridge last night on the Shur River, SHUR, was hit as well. So I don't know which one was hit tonight. I'm not going to be able to tell you that either. Then they said, this is the Bandar Abbas Hajiabad route. Okay, so all 3, the tunnel and one of the bridges, and All right, let me show you where Hajiabad is. At least you can see where we're talking about generally. So there's Hajiabad. Okay, so look, this is helpful actually. There's Bandar Abbas and there's Hajiabad. So if we put in here Bandar Abbas, that is going to be the route. That's what you're looking at there. It's about 100 miles or so, and that's from Bandar Abbas in the south to Hajiabad in the north. So a tunnel on this route, located near Golga, and at kilometer 45 was attacked, and also the Shur River Bridge on that same route was also attacked. So can I find where we're talking about here? Somewhere on this south to north route, north to south, south to north route here. Golga? Will that even come up here? I don't know. It's probably a different spelling. I'm going to check a couple of things. But that's where we're talking about. One of the tunnel and one of the bridges is on that route somewhere. Hang on. Gemini says the Bandar Abbas to Hajiabad route is a critical, heavily trafficked north-south transit corridor that connects the major port city of Bandar Abbas on the Strait of Hormuz to Hajiabad and further inland towards Kerman and Tehran. The tunnel is located about 28 miles north of Bandar Abbas. It cuts through the mountainous terrain that separates the coastal plain from the interior plateau. Now, I don't know where this tunnel is, but I mean, maybe somewhere roughly in here somewhere. And the Meenab three-way intersection is at the Route 91, Route 92 split. Where is that? That I don't know. That doesn't seem like it's right. That I don't know. Oh, this lies to the east of Bandar Abbas, according to Gemini, the other bridge, the Meenab-Rudan intersection, somewhere east of... Oh, Meenab and Rudan. So where's Meenab and Rudan? Okay, let's look that up. Meenab, Iran is... There's Meenab. Okay, there's Meenab to the east of Bandar Abbas. And then where is Rudan? Rudan is there. Okay, so not that far away. Meenab and Rudan. Ah, there's the split right here. There's the 91 and 92 split, right? Oh, that's the 91 and 92. Yes, I think. So there must be a bridge right around here. A bridge at this intersection somewhere, I guess. I don't know. But this appears to be they said that the bridge on the Meenab three-way intersection towards Rudan after the Sarzed junction was also targeted by the enemy. And Rudan wasn't that the one to the north? Anyways, somewhere in here, I believe we're talking about. That'd be my best guess. Although I'm not sure. Maybe it's further up here somewhere. It's hard for me to tell. But that's east of Bandar Abbas. And so, we have two bridges in a tunnel leading out and into Bandar Abbas, it looks like, being attacked. History Underfoot says overpass. Yeah, and I'm not sure. Again, what I'm assuming is going to happen is in the coming hours we'll start seeing photos and videos of the bridges and the tunnel. Now, and by the way, I don't know if there was I mean, it's the middle of the night there. It's 2 a.m. right now, but I don't know if there was traffic on these bridges or in the tunnel. Fars News says some sources report an explosion at U.S. bases in in Jordan, which usually means that Iran has launched missiles and or drones at Jordan. So it looks like, which is not surprising, it looks like Iran has launched missiles and or drones at Jordan. Hold on a second. I'm seeing something here. I'm seeing something. Breaking news. Breaking news. I'm sorry. We've been covering the two bridges in a tunnel, and I'm sorry. I bet some of you have sent this to me, and I didn't even see it yet. So I apologize. Breaking news. CBS News reports several U.S. service members injured in Iranian attacks on Jordanian bases this week, sources say. No fatalities have been reported among the Americans or Jordanians at this time. The severity of those injured is unknown. That's from Jim Laporta of CBS News. Several U.S. service members injured in Iranian attacks on Jordanian bases this week, sources say. Iran attacked at least 2 Jordanian bases this week, resulting in several American service members injured. After their facility was struck, multiple officials told CBS News. No fatalities reported. The severity of the injuries is not clear. Wow. So, big new report from CBS News about U.S. soldiers injured this week in Iranian attacks on Jordan bases. And this is the first we're hearing about this, by the way. There's been no reports of injured soldiers by the U.S. military this week. So we'll have to see what they say about it. Saudi Arabia warning. Warning issued in Saudi Arabia of a potential danger. Yanbu Governorate. Sometimes they issue these warnings. Warning issued. Warning issued in Saudi Arabia for Yanbu Governorate of potential danger. Probably, maybe they're thinking that Iran might attack them. Here is the warning right here. Look at this. Right here. Hold on. A warning has been issued. This is just moments ago. A warning has been issued by the National Early Warning Platform in Yanbu Region, Governorate in Saudi Arabia to alert of a potential danger. Please follow the instructions below. Remain calm and follow official instructions. Immediately proceed to the nearest safe place inside a building or an interior room away from windows and stay there until the danger has passed. Do not leave your home or building until the danger has passed. So there is a warning in Saudi Arabia right now. I need 1 minute, guys. I have not yet taken a minute while we've been on the air. There's a lot going on. So is Iran going to launch missiles or drones at Saudi Arabia? Or maybe they already did. I don't know. I need 1 minute here. That's for Saudi Arabia, that warning you see on your screen. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back in 1 minute, and we will continue in 1 minute. All right, we got a lot happening. As you can see on the screen, Saudi Arabia issued an alert warning for people in Yanbu region there. So I got to check up on that. Give me a moment. A lot happening. A lot of escalation appears to be happening. Hang on a moment. New explosion reported in Iran. It appears, okay, it appears that that Iran has fired on Saudi Arabia. Because, why am I saying this? Because Iran state media is reporting explosions in Saudi Arabia, and that's what they usually do when Iran fires on something, is they say that there's explosions there in Iranian state media. So, You can see they say Arab media outlets are reporting on multiple explosions in Saudi Arabia. This is the kind of stuff Iran state media says when Iran fires drones and missiles at another country. They say U.S. military bases in Saudi Arabia were targeted in a missile attack. They say Arab sources say that. I don't know if Arab sources are saying that. A lot of times you can't find the sources, but that's what Iran is saying. It does sound like Iran has launched missiles or drones at Saudi Arabia. Also, reports of an explosion heard in Omida, Khuzestan province. That's in Iran. So we have to keep an eye out about that. Let me see if I can find you more information about Saudi Arabia. It does appear, and that's something that I don't remember the last time. I mean, certainly not in the last few weeks. We have not heard, I don't remember hearing about Iranian attacks on Saudi Arabia. So that would certainly be, now the danger has been lifted. Hold on, there was another alert in Saudi Arabia, and oh, the alerts in Saudi Arabia have been lifted at the moment. Okay, let me show you this. Look at this. The danger has been lifted from Al-Kharj Governorate. And the danger has been lifted from Yanbu Governorate. There were two early warnings. Yanbu and Al-Kharj Governorate. Saudi Arabia has lifted the warnings that it had issued minutes ago for Al-Kharj Governorate, which is like a region, and Yanbu Governorate. Did I not spell that right? Governorate. Okay, so those two warnings, there were two warnings in Saudi Arabia. They've been lifted, but I don't know what happened. I mean, I assume those warnings were put on because drones or missiles had been fired. I don't know if they were shot down or what. But those warnings were just both of them have been lifted. I can see them both lifted, and you can see here the danger has passed in Al-Kharj Governorate 1 minute ago. 2 minutes ago, in 5 minutes ago, the danger has passed in Yanbu Governorate. Hold on here. So, we have Iran reporting that the U.S. attacked 2 bridges in a tunnel in southern Iran. We have CBS News reporting that multiple U.S. soldiers were injured in Iranian attacks on Jordan this week. And also, new warning here in Iran. I think we have a new warning in Iran. Oh, no, not a new warning. This is when Iran says beware, like don't post. It says beware, but I think it's when they post a message that says like don't trust don't read stuff from unofficial sources. Hang on, I'll tell you what this says. I've been confused by this before. Yes, so it says, this is from Saudi Arabia here, civil defense, and it says beware. But the translation of that is beware rumors and unknown video clips and avoid circulating them. That's what they say. Avoid circulating video clips and rumors. So I'm guessing you're probably going to not see many people posting stuff from Iran from their phones, from Saudi Arabia on their phones. Now, but that's significant. It does look like Iran did fire something at Saudi Arabia. And certainly we would expect given that we're seeing the U.S. attack apparently more bridges and a tunnel tonight, that Iran would escalate its response. Overnight, Iran attacked a desalination plant in Kuwait and also attacked, according to Kuwait, injured a number of Kuwaiti military personnel by attacking Kuwaiti military facilities. Explosion heard in Khuzestan province. This just in from Tasnim. American strikes ongoing. Explosion heard in, we heard about this before, Omidyia, Khuzestan province. So multiple outlets reporting an explosion in Omidyia. That's in Khuzestan province, Iran. That is north of the west end of this Persian Gulf. By the way, a quick thank you to BB Lee 333. Thank you. Luca Sapel. Thank you. Eddie C. Thanks for being a member. Harp Adso. Thank you. Frozen Ghost. Thank you so much, Frozen Ghost, for your support. And also Florida Beach Man and Chaos Bite and Rita R64 and S. McKee. Thank you for your support of the channel. Let's get you more updates, but things really do seem to be escalating in Iran. Thanks also Andy and Austin on Twitch and New Yorker 783 on Twitch. Things really do seem to be escalating. Oh, this is interesting. Aleph just found something on flight radar. I wonder if it's still there. Yeah, so this is weird. This is a fighter jet. Why are we seeing this? Number one tracked plane on flight radar. Thanks to Aleph, who I follow, for finding this. I don't know if is this real or is this some kind of spoofing or something? Maybe it's spoofing. I have no idea. It's very strange to me that we would be seeing a fighter jet like this. We normally wouldn't be. Darth thinks it's a spoof. Darth Gator. I don't know. So maybe it's a spoof. Maybe it's not real. I don't know. It seems strange to me. I'm not going to worry about it at this point. This is interesting. Shin reports, guys. Hold on. Oh, a couple things. Shin says that there is speed throttling in Iran of the internet. Now, I cannot confirm this, but Shin says speed throttling in Iran, both home and cellular data, and Shin is generally reliable. I mean, I know they try to be reliable, Shin. Reported operators so far, Iran Cell, Samantel, and TCI. So possibly speed throttling going on in home and cellular data there. I do not know. There's also, what is this? Oh, I just saw something. I'm going to post this if I can. Vahid posted supposedly a picture from the attack bridge. Yes. So I'm going to post a link in the chat. This is apparently a photo. I don't have the rights to the photo. I just posted the link in the chat for you from Vahid, where this is apparently one of the two bridges that has been reportedly attacked tonight. And it's kind of hard to make out, but you do see a big hole. I'm sure we'll get more pictures of the bridges and tunnel that have been reportedly attacked. Breaking news. 3 dead and 8 injured in the Hormozgan province attacks tonight, according to, I can't confirm this, but this is according to Iranian state media, according to the local deputy governor. Deputy governor of Hormozgan province, following the enemy's attacks on some areas of Hormozgan province, 3 people were killed and 8 were injured. Relief and security forces have been present at the scene since the initial moments. Further reports will be released after the final assessment and on-site investigations. Look, and you just got to wonder, Iran is going to escalate their response. This is everything I've seen so far during this war suggests that Iran will, not do the same old response. How are they going to escalate their response? Well, we already saw that it seems like they fired something at Saudi Arabia. But things really do seem to be escalating. Just give me a moment here, guys. Give me a moment here. I am just keeping an eye on some things. By the way, just to show you some of what's going on Flight Radar 24, and I can't really draw conclusions from this because I know there's refueling tankers up there all the time, but just so you can, and I'm sure there's planes up there that we can't see on the public flight radar. But for whatever it's worth, there is a plane here, a refueling tanker flying around there on flight radar in the Persian Gulf there, over the Persian Gulf. Sorry. Then there's that tanker looks like it's returning to Israel. Who knows what's actually out there? Then there's this plane, which is an AWACS plane, command and control, which we've seen those up there a bunch. That appears to be over there, above Saudi airspace. And anyways, those are some of the planes. Oh yeah, as one of our viewers said, you can filter for military. This is Flight Radar 24. So there's this whole thing, which I don't know. I don't know if there's really a fighter jet here. That's supposedly a fighter jet. I don't know if that's real or if that's a spoof or what's going on with that. We don't usually see fighter jets, and you can see over here on Flight Radar 24, there is a circling around another tanker there, a refueling tanker there. So again, who knows what other planes are out there that we just can't see. So anyways, just showing you some of these planes here. Flight Radar 24 is where you can go to see all that. Now, flightradar24.com. Breaking news. Sorry, hold on a second here. From Barak Ravid. News from Barak Ravid, Israeli reporter, but he reports in the U.S. too. He reports in both the U.S. and Israel. U.S. official, Barak Ravid says U.S. official, Iran launched a ballistic missile at a U.S. base in Saudi Arabia. This is the first direct Iranian attack on Saudi Arabia in nearly 4 months. Again, breaking news. Iran launched a ballistic missile at a U.S. base in Saudi Arabia, a U.S. official tells Barak Ravid. This is the first direct Iranian attack on Saudi Arabia in nearly 4 months. I think we might have to get the ticker up. It's been a lot of reporting. Give me a moment here. No word on whether it hit or was shot down or any of that stuff. Iran state media says the U.S. has attacked 2 more bridges and a tunnel in Hormuzgan province tonight. I'll say in southern Iran tonight. CBS News reports that several U.S. service members have been injured in the past week in Iranian attacks on bases in Jordan. Okay. Barak Ravid reports the Iran launched a ballistic missile at a U.S. base in Saudi Arabia tonight, which would be the first direct Iranian attack on Saudi Arabia in close to 4 months. Multiple explosions are reported in recent hours tonight in in multiple cities in Iran. Details of targets and damage are unclear. I'm going to get there's so much going on. I need to get the ticker up because there's that much happening. Let me just do this. I know it's going to be black for a second, but I'm stuck for a second. I got to change that here. Let me just put the ticker up. I know it says breaking news again. I'm going to fix that. It shouldn't say breaking news every time. It's going crazy saying breaking news. I will fix it. All right, I just fixed it. Sorry. Now, so things really escalating here, it looks like. And I just want to repeat this. We heard about these warnings in Saudi Arabia about 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago. Then we saw that Iranian state media was claiming there was explosions in Saudi Arabia. And now Barak Ravid reports a U.S. official says Iran launched a ballistic missile at a U.S. base in Saudi Arabia, the first direct Iranian attack on Saudi Arabia in nearly 4 months. Now, this is interesting. I don't know if this is true. Maybe this is what Iran fired at. But Iran state media Tasnim says, according to news sources, I don't know what those news sources are, following the refueling of American aircraft at Prince Sultan Air Base south of the city of Al-Kharj, the base has been targeted by missile attacks. So perhaps that's where Iran, we know that in Al-Kharj there was an alert. So I don't know if Iran fired a missile at that base or not. At Prince Sultan Air Base. I don't know. Irib posted the same thing. Update about an attack in Iran. A location near the city of Chaghadeg, Bushehr province was struck. According to the governor of Bushehr province, a location near the city of Chaghadeg, a town in this province, was struck by an attack a short time ago by the American enemy. So we are hearing about more strikes in Iran. Things definitely seem to be escalating. Chaghadek. Chaghadak. So you'll see it. There's Chaghadak right there. A location near Chaghadak, which is kind of near the Persian Gulf, but it's more inland it's inland from Bushehr, and some kind of target near Chaghadak has been struck, according to local government. The governor of Bushehr province said that. I don't know what's been struck there. Now it looks like, hold on. Hang on. I don't see any other Saudi Arabia alerts yet. All right, here's a new from Iran state media. Let me show you this. First of all, they say powerful explosions rock Jordan. Oh, according to Al Mayadeen, which I think Al Mayadeen is a Lebanese channel. Are they really saying this? Al Mayadeen reports, hold on, that I'm looking at Al Mayadeen, and I don't see anything about it in the last few minutes, for whatever it's worth. Anyways, that aside, though, aside from what Al Mayadeen actually said, a lot of times when here's what where am I here? Okay, look. So Iranian media is reporting a about explosions in Jordan. And normally when they do that, that means that Iran has fired stuff at Jordan. Now, I don't know about the specifics of the report. You can see it says Arab media outlets say the sound of explosions at American bases in Jordan was so loud that it was heard in the occupied territories. I don't know if that's true, but it seems to me that that suggests that Iran has fired more missiles and/or drones at Jordan. Some sources report an explosion in the industrial port of Yanbu, Saudi Arabia, and at American bases in Al-Khar, Saudi Arabia. To repeat, when they say these things like some sources, that's not always true to me, in my experience, but what it suggests is that they have launched things. So they might have launched more at Saudi Arabia as well. Although it could be them, and here's another, this is from Ernest State Media in the last 10 minutes, and they say powerful explosions rock Jordan, and they also say emergency sirens activated in Saudi Arabia. So I don't know if there's I haven't heard of new sirens in Saudi Arabia, but I would not be surprised if Iran has fired more at those two countries. Our viewer Globestorm says it's a hot mess. I see no favorable outcome for anyone. Jesse James says it is heated. Yeah, so much news, a lot of developments. Things are really heating up the last couple nights, escalating. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. A quick thank you to James Oakes for being a member. James thinks Trump needs to go all in and end it. Thanks, Kiloindia Mike. Thank you, Kiloindia Mike, for being a member. Thanks, BB Lee, as well. We're bringing you live updates here. A lot of developments going on. We have our ticker up. Bear with me for a second here. I'm just getting something organized so I can read it. Okay, good. That's good. It is 2:58 a.m. Iran time. Okay, apparently Iran might have fired something at Kuwait as well. Why do I say this? Because Iran state media, Fars, Arab media outlets reported that attacks on Kuwait and Jordan are ongoing, which usually means something like Iran fired at Kuwait and Jordan. So As for this up here, some sources report an explosion in the industrial port of Yanbu and at American bases in Al-Khar, Saudi Arabia. I don't know if that's true, but there were alerts in both of those places earlier in Saudi Arabia, like half an hour, 45 minutes ago. So maybe Iran fired drones or missiles there. And again, Barak Ravid reports that Iran launched a ballistic missile at a U.S. base in Saudi Arabia. The real Aid V says ground invasion is coming. I don't know about that. I have no idea what's coming. I have not seen a warning alert from Kuwait, but Iranian media, state media, is claiming that they're suggesting that other outlets say that there's attacks on Kuwait. Remember, oil markets closed for the weekend. Stock market closed for the weekend. I don't know if it has anything to do with it, but we were talking about this. We hadn't heard much. The U.S. said they started doing their strikes at 3 p.m., but we really hadn't heard much. And then we got until after, once we hit 5 p.m., which is when the oil market closes, stocks close at 4 p.m. I don't know if there's a connection, but shortly after 5 p.m., we started hearing about it a lot more. But oil's closed for 2 days. Stocks closed till Monday. Shout out to all of our moderators. Ruth is moderating. Thank you so much, Ruth. Beth Mythical as well. I really appreciate it. Moderating on YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, also thanks to the Bearded Texan, thank you, who thinks seizing Karg Island will be the objective this weekend. Hey, thanks Lordoc, who's from the UAE, for your support as well. And also thanks to Kay Lowry Body and Darren Charlo moderating over there on Facebook. Paul Anderson as well. Thanks Martha Crawford for subscribing over there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, and also LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah on Twitch. Wonderful here. More reporting about the reported U.S. troops injured in Jordan. What is this? Hold on. Hold on. What am I seeing here? There's a Facebook post. Then where's the story? This is really weird. I was trying to find out more information about You know, CBS News reported that troops were injured in the last week in Jordan, U.S. troops, due to Iranian attacks on bases in Jordan. Then Al Jazeera posted something about it on Facebook, but then, there's no detail. I don't know what's going on. So I haven't seen specific updates on that yet. I'm looking for it. It's the weirdest thing. I'm guessing we'll at some point hear more about that. But again, we don't have numbers of troops injured or anything at this point. Okay, now. Let me show you an update about what's going on in southern Iran, in Hormozgan province, where Iranian media and officials say 2 new bridges attacked tonight by the U.S. and a tunnel attacked by the U.S. Here is a new update from Tasnim. Hormozgan province governorate region. Residents should avoid unnecessary travel on roads. Possibility of further attacks exists. This is for the entire province. The Hormozgan province governorate warns citizens, due to the possibility of further enemy attacks, residents are advised to avoid unnecessary travel on roads and transportation routes within the province until further notice. Wow. Executive bodies and rescue forces are currently assessing the situation and creating alternative routes, and further updates will be provided subsequently. Wow. Hold on a second here. The population of Hormozgan province is 1.8 million, roughly 1.8 million people. According to Wikipedia. I'm seeing quite well. All right, so let me just post this for a second. The government in Hormozgan province, Iran, where the U.S. attacked 2 bridges and a tunnel tonight. Has issued a warning to residents to avoid warns residents due to the possibility of further enemy attacks. Residents are advised to avoid unnecessary travel on roads and transportation routes within the province until further notice. According to the province has a population of around 1.7 million people, according to Wikipedia. That's a 2016 estimate. Wow. So telling everybody in the province, do not avoid unnecessary travel on roads and transportation routes. Okay, let's get some more updates here. So they're clearly worried about more attacks. They're so worried about more attacks, they've said to the entire province, avoid unnecessary travel on roads and transportation routes within the province until further notice. Iranian state media claims that Iranian missiles have struck a military base in Jordan, the Muwakir base, which I believe they've targeted numerous times before, where a U.S.-backed terrorist army is stationed, they say. I don't know if that's true. I believe that they have targeted that base in recent days. Again, CBS News reports that some unknown number of U.S. soldiers have been injured this week in Jordan in Iranian attacks on bases in Jordan. Here's an update here. Mer News, Iran says the governor of Bushehr announced that a location near the city, I think we heard about this before, I think it's Chagadak, was targeted. Several explosions were heard in the area that's in Bushehr province, and no reports of casualties so far, according to the Bushehr governor. Things really escalating in the Iran war, it seems like. So it looks like Iran might have launched missiles or drones at Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Bahrain. Why do I say that? Because look what I see on Iranian state media Fars. They say, simultaneously with the attacks on Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan, Arab sources have reported hearing explosions in Bahrain as well. Now, I'm not aware of sirens yet in Bahrain. Maybe there won't be. I don't know. But that's what it sounds like is going on. Breaking update from Tasnim state media. Breaking update about another U.S. attack. Look at this. Enemy attack on Larak Island. Local reports indicate a missile struck the control tower of the Maritime Traffic Control Center on Larak Island. According to a reporter from Tasnim news agency in Keshem, based on initial reports and local sources, during the enemy's attack on Larak Island, the tower control that's right next to the route that they want ships to go through in the Strait of Hormuz, Larak Island. The control tower of the Maritime Traffic Control Center of the island's port and maritime administration was hit by a missile. Wow. Usually, the Iranian route for ships prescribed through the Strait of Hormuz has them either going around or next to Larak Island. So, Iran state media mayor. A missile has struck the control tower of the Maritime Traffic Control Center on Larak Island. Wow. Oh, sirens in Bahrain. Now that is, look, I mean, we've been hearing sirens in Bahrain multiple times a night for almost a week now. So, but yes, sirens in Bahrain. So as I mentioned, it did seem like Iran was launching things at Bahrain from Iranian state media. So once again, we have sirens in Bahrain. So I'll keep an eye. It can be very hard to get information out of Bahrain, what's going on there, but I'll keep an eye on it. But again, we're hearing now about, so it does appear that Iran has been launching missiles and drones at Jordan, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain. I don't know if I'm missing something. Definitely, but those. But I want to go back to Larak Island for a second. That is this island right in the Strait of Hormuz, or next to the Strait of Hormuz, which is very strategically placed. And Larak Island is right here. And, you know, usually we have seen a lot of ships that were going on the Iranian route through the Strait of Hormuz either go around Larak Island or next to Larak Island. So that, in my amateur knowledge, I believe that island plays an important role for Iran in monitoring ship traffic going through the Strait of Hormuz on its prescribed route, Larak Island there. So again, Iran state media says a missile has struck the control tower of the Maritime Traffic Control Center on Larak Island. Things are really escalating. Okay, now, again, sirens in Bahrain right now. Oh, statement from Iran about attacks on Kuwait. So It's pretty regular that Iran will issue these statements about their attacks after they've launched retaliation attacks. Here is the latest retaliation attack statement from Iran. Just in, this is via Tasnim state media. The Iranian army says, Phase 14 of the Thunder operation by the Iranian army, U.S. bases in Jordan and Kuwait targeted by army drone attacks. Army Public Relations, as part of the Iranian army's decisive and impactful response, targeting strategic assets, command and control centers, logistical infrastructure, and air defense systems of the U.S. terrorist army. A few hours ago, they claim, attacked drones of the army in the 14th phase of the Thunder operation. Now, they're saying this was a few hours ago. Targeted an ammunition depot of the U.S. invading army at the Adire camp, as well as headquarters buildings and ammunition warehouses of this child-killing army at the Al Salem base and several communication links in Kuwait. The Al Adiri camp is an important support and reorganization center for U.S. forces, and the Al Salem base is one of the largest U.S. support and coordination centers for air operations in the Persian Gulf region. In continuation of these attacks, fuel storage facilities of the invading army at the Al Azraq base in Jordan were also targeted by Iranian army drone attacks, they claim. The Al Azraq Air Base in Jordan has become a vital base for the U.S. due to its location, infrastructure, deployment of modern military equipment, and significant U.S. investment, playing a key role in controlling the region and military operations in Western Asia. And then they finish by saying, the Islamic Republic of Iran's army, emphasizing that it is the inheritor of the courage and self-sacrifice of the great Iranian nation, warns any power that harbors ambitions to test the will of the Iranian nation will face the firm resolve and readiness of the armed forces and the heroic people of this ancient land. So they say they have launched drones at in a few hours ago at Jordan and Kuwait, and targeted U.S. military facilities at these locations in these countries. Oh, and guess what? Once again, this has been going on for months. What target do you think was attacked in Bahrain, among other targets? People who've been keeping up with the war a lot probably know what I'm going to say. The U.S. Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain, which has been attacked by Iran for months, apparently since around the start of the war. It seems like every day they attack it now. As I understand it, it's been largely evacuated. But there you go. U.S. Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain targeted by Iranian attacks. Arab sources report powerful explosions at the U.S. Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain, according to Iran state media Tasnim. All right, give me a moment here. We're bringing you the latest updates. So these are significant escalations the last couple nights. I think maybe a lot of people are sleeping on this story. I think a lot of people kind of maybe tuned out a bit about the Iran war over the last couple months, but things are really escalating again. Thanks the East family, who thinks the reporting out of Iran lately appears less censored. I don't know. I mean, usually Iran, usually they report about the explosions there. I mean, there's a world in which they would. All I can say is that during the war, they've been pretty forward about covering explosions. Not that there might be lots of explosions they don't cover. I don't know, but you know, my guess is that for one, it's not like if there's a bridge destroyed, they can somehow cover it up. So normally we hear about stuff pretty quick. I mean, I don't trust them when they start talking about saying that they, destroyed a lot of U.S. planes or whatever, but they do seem to report about U.S. strikes and Israeli strikes, and I also don't see them reporting a lot of false things about those stuff. I don't think it looks great for them to be reporting on strikes in Iran. My guess is they would prefer not to, in the big scheme of things. But yeah, I'm not sure. Who knows? But they certainly are. They certainly are reporting a bunch of them tonight. But I mean, other sources besides Iran have reported bridge strikes too, and others in strikes. And I'm sure these strikes are going on. I mean, the U.S. says they're launching strikes, but that I don't know. I do not know. The East family. Thank you, the East family. From New Zealand, I really appreciate it. Also, Left for Dead Art for being a member. GPV80, thank you so much for your support. Meeston's Hamlos, thanks for being a member. James Oakes gave 10 memberships. Please thanks James or somebody else if they gave you a membership. Thank you, James. That's very nice of you. And also, Andy in Austin, thanks for your support, Andy in Austin. So Erna is also saying attack on Larak Island. That's right. That's right in the Strait of Hormuz there, a key island in the Strait of Hormuz, Larak Island. Erna says Hormozgan province governorate announced at 1:27, which that'd be about 2 hours ago, a point on Larak Island was attacked by the American enemy. Now, we've also have other reporting from Iran state media that says the Marine Control Tower was hit by a missile there. I have not heard anything about Karg Island being hit tonight. No, I have not. I have not heard any reports from any of the sources I follow yet. I'll keep an eye on it, but I have not heard that. I'm seeing some unconfirmed reports right now of new Iranian missile or drone launches. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Channel 14 Tamir Morag in Israel says for the first time since April 8th, an Iranian attack on targets in Saudi Arabia. That was also reported by Barak Ravid, who said it's the first time in almost 4 months that there was an Iranian attack on Saudi Arabia, a missile launched at Saudi Arabia, according to Barak Ravid. Towards a U.S. base in Saudi Arabia. Hold on a second here. I just saw something. I don't know what that is. Hold on. All right, sorry. Our viewer CHR Audio Productions mentioned I'm not going to really get into this now, but there's a fire in Norway in which over 100 residential units have been lost. That's according to VG Norway. Over 100 lost housing units. All right, anyways, we're going to focus on this right now. It is 3:32 a.m. Iran time. Here is a report, another report about Rock Island. This is from State TV Iran. During the enemy's attack on Rock Island, a tower serving as the central control tower for maritime traffic at the island's port and maritime administration was hit by a missile. That's a key island in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I wonder if I can show you a map here. Different map talking about that. Trying to get a Strait of Hormuz map for you here with the routes. I think the Institute for the Study of War at some point would have posted a map with the routes through the Strait of Hormuz. See if I can find it here. Just have to try to check some of these reports. Oh, not there. Not there. I'm not going to worry about it at the moment. Oh, I know what I can do. Here. This is a map from the Institute for the Study of War. Traffic separation schemes. So you can see here, as of June 19, this is where Iran wanted ships to go. Pre-war, they were going through the middle of the strait, although possibly mines have been laid there in the middle of the strait now. But what you can see here, it says Iran asserted separation scheme as of June 19, 2026. There's Larak Island. So the ships are passing pretty close to Larak Island. Although earlier in the war, they were going around Lock Island. That doesn't seem to be happening on this scheme. But that's where this control tower has been attacked tonight. Marine Traffic Control Tower, according to Iran state media. I'm going to post a link to that map if you want to see it. Our viewer Claudiot thinks invasion night coming up or Trump wasted all that ammo for nothing. No, Banana, there's no word from the U.S. that the attacks are over yet. By the way, so we haven't really seen video of it. I saw one picture of a bridge, but Iran says that the U.S. attacked 2 bridges and a tunnel tonight. I mean, what happened with the tunnel they attacked? Was there traffic in the tunnel? What happened? What does it look like? I have no idea. We haven't really seen much about that at all. But multiple Iranian state media outlets says a tunnel was attacked. I believe the local government said the tunnel was attacked. Yeah, the local government in Hormozgan province said everybody should stay off the roads. Avoid unnecessary travel on roads. Possibility of further attacks exists. So they told the whole province, avoid unnecessary travel on roads and transportation routes. So those scenes could be, those scenes could be awful. I don't know what the situation was with those bridges in the tunnel when they were hit. Mayor News Iran is also saying that U.S. forces attacked Larak Island this morning. Not much detail, though. And remember, when Iran launches strikes on other countries in response, it can take a long time to hear about what happened. You might hear about it in hours or tomorrow or something. So, for example, this morning, Kuwait announced that one of its power and water desalination plants was attacked by Iran, and leading to a fire and damage to the plant's facilities and several electricity generating units. They announced that, but that wasn't while, I don't know when that initial strike was, but it wasn't during the most intense part of the day. And then also they announced the Kuwaiti army. That was shortly, I think, before we came on the air today, 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. The sinful Iranian aggression resulted in the targeting of several facilities and camps affiliated with the Kuwaiti army using hostile drones, leading to injuries among a number of Kuwaiti land force personnel while carrying out their duties. So that's a big deal, but when did that happen? It's so there, you can't judge the not hearing anything from Kuwait or Jordan or Saudi Arabia or Bahrain. You can't judge, they just shot down the drones or whatever. You don't know. We have no idea what happened. Has there been any damage there from the Iranian attacks tonight? We have no idea. Simon W. Barlow says, who is supplying Iran with missiles? There's a bunch of reporting out there that they suggest they still have a lot of missiles. Whether they can make more or get more, that's a whole other question. I don't know. Here's another version of this warning to people in Hormozgan province, where, as far as I'm aware, over 1.7 million people live there. That's in southern Iran. The government there says residents are advised to avoid unnecessary travel on roads throughout the province until further notice, according to the Hormozgan province governorate. In light of the possibility of further U.S. attacks, residents are advised to avoid unnecessary travel on roads throughout the province. Stay off the roads until further notice. Government agencies and emergency services are currently assessing the situation and creating alternative routes. Wow. There are unconfirmed reports of missile or rocket hits, missile hits at on U.S. bases in Jordan, but I don't know if any of that is true. Steel Penny thinks this will go on through the weekend. Remember also, keep in mind, which we were talking about before, there's a report from Axios that says U.S. is sending dozens of refueling planes to Israel as it ahead of a potential expansion of military operations, and President Trump is considering a massive offensive in Iran, according to Axios. That could include bombing Iranian infrastructure facilities like power plants, more attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities, also an attack maybe on the apparent facility Pickaxe Mountain, which has never been attacked by the U.S. But again, Axios reporting the U.S. sending dozens of refueling planes to Israel. Mr. Bigley Uncredible says, crazy considering how massive it already feels. The Times of Israel, I believe, report was just quoting the Axios report or citing the Axios report. I don't believe they had their own reporting on that. When I looked earlier in the stream, it was just talking about the Axios report. It is 3:43 a.m. Iran time. Still have not seen a lot about Iran said 2 bridges in a tunnel were attacked. Haven't seen much further information on that. Thank you, Jerbear. I appreciate it, Jerbear. Thank you so much for your support. Also, Nordman. Thanks, Nordman, for being a member. Iran claims that U.S. bases were targeted in U.S. bases in Jordan and Kuwait were targeted in drone attacks. Earlier today, in the 14th phase of the Thunder operation, bases and strategic centers of the U.S. military terrorist forces in Jordan and Kuwait were targeted by attack drones of the Islamic Republic of Iran's army, says that's from Mer News State Media. Oh, hey guys, breaking US CENTCOM fact check update. US CENTCOM fact check update. US CENTCOM says, claim Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps claims that that 2 oil tankers have exploded in the Strait of Hormuz after hitting mines in the international waterway. Fact, like most IRGC claims, this is false. Now, remember what I said to you. When Iran put that report out, I said, you know, it's weird that there would be mines in the southern part of the Strait of Hormuz. And what I said is maybe what happened is, and I don't actually think that Iran's post did not say that they hit mines. You could read that into it. I'll show you the post, but it didn't explicitly say that. What I said is, you know, I have my strong doubts that there are mines in the southern part of the southern Strait of Hormuz, because that's the route that the U.S. wants these ships to take. But plenty of ships have been attacked there. And what I said is, you know, maybe Iran has attacked 2 ships in the Strait of Hormuz, but they're not saying they attacked. They're saying that, you know, they're not even saying anything about it, but they're maybe implying that mines had something to do with it. And maybe what happened is just a couple more Iranian attacks on ships with missiles. So the U.S. response says this is false. But what they're saying is false is the claim that 2 ships hit mines. They didn't say, well, no ships have been attacked. No additional ships have been attacked. So I do wonder about this, because strictly speaking, the U.S. does not say here, no ships have been attacked. They just say the claim that ships hit mines is false, which, again, I don't actually think was actually explicitly made in the original Iranian statement. I'll show you what the original Iranian statement said, but, you know, I was reading it as maybe them saying they've attacked 2 more ships, and we'll have to see if that's true or not. Yeah, here it is right here. I'll show you this. I'll pull it up here for you. Here is the original Iranian claim. It says, 2 oil tankers exploded and caught fire after attempting to pass through a minefield. So it does say there's a minefield. in the southern Strait of Hormuz, which I'm not sure is true. They say 2 oil tankers, which were deceived by U.S. intelligence agencies into attempting to pass through a minefield in the southern Strait of Hormuz, exploded and caught fire. Doesn't say why they exploded. Literally does not say why they exploded. Again, just to be clear, there's an implication that they might have blown up due to mines. But they didn't explicitly say that. But again, when I read this more as a way of them saying they attacked 2 ships, and we don't know if they attacked 2 ships. And the U.S. military saying their claim is false does not deny that 2 ships have been attacked. Anyways, they say that the Strait of Hormuz is extremely unsafe, and completely closed due to the crimes of the U.S. child-killing army. Until the aggressions of the criminal America end, it is impossible to export any chemical fertilizers or even a single drop of oil and gas from this region. Vessels should not be deceived and should not enter the minefield in order to protect their assets and, more importantly, their lives. Anyways. Steffi, thanks Steffi41. Steffi says if the Axios report is true about the refueling tankers, Steffi thinks there will be enough refuelers to keep fighters up there 24/7. Thank you so much, Steffi481. I appreciate it. It is 3:51 a.m. Iran time. 3:51 a.m. Ma Florida thinks the extra tankers are for a really massive bombing campaign. It's crazy. I really feel like if it were before, if it were a year ago, right? If it were a year ago and news came out that the U.S. attacked a tunnel in Iran, forget about the 2 bridges, just a tunnel in Iran that was like normally had civilian traffic on it, although, the military could use it as well. That would be an enormous story. And I barely see it discussed. I'm looking around online for reporting on it. It's like not that many people don't seem to be talking about it. It's like I really think a lot of people are like have tuned out a bit on the war. It's crazy. Could you imagine, like a year ago, hear about the US attacked a tunnel? So it's pretty wild to me. Anyway, seems like huge escalations going on to me. All right, we're bringing you live coverage. I have no idea if we're going to hear about more. Hold on a second. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. I just saw something. Where's this? Kuwait army says they are confronting hostile drone attacks. So the Iran response apparently continues. Kuwaiti air defenses are currently confronting attacks by hostile drones following the sinful Iranian aggression. The sound of explosions, if heard, are the result of air defense systems intercepting the hostile attack. So drone attacks going on now by Iran in Kuwait. What is the strategy? Clearly, the last couple days, the U.S. strategy with bombing has changed, hitting a number of bridges and apparently tonight a tunnel in southern Iran. It's interesting that I've seen basically last night there were a bunch of photos and video of the bridges. Tonight, I saw one photo that was kind of hard to make out that claimed to be from one bridge and nothing about the other bridge and nothing about the tunnel. John Rocker thinks the U.S. will never win by bombing alone. This will continue forever. Wargle says if Trump gets rid of them, it will be worth it. More explosions in Bandar Abbas. Just about 10 minutes ago, according to Vahid Online. Vahid Online, more explosions, roughly 4 explosions or so coming from Bandar Abbas, reportedly the port area. A number of bridges and roads leading, a number of bridges and also a tunnel leading out of Bandar Abbas and also a railway junction have been attacked the last couple of days, and we're hearing about more explosions there right now. Reports from at Vahid of new explosions in Bandar Abbas. In southern Iran. One person wrote to him and said there were 7 explosions. So what is being targeted there now? But there again is there's Bandar Abbas right there, next to the Strait of Hormuz. Oops, I want to do it here. So we'll have to wait and see what updates we get about this. But new explosions just reported there, according to Vahid. Population of Bandar Abbas, around 750,000, one article is saying. The Hindu. Actually, it said 500,000. Hold on, let me get this better. Wikipedia said the population was measured in 2016 to be about 500,000. Anyways, big city. Oh, update from the Institute for the Study of War. Let's check this out. They came out with a new update, guys. New update. The U.S. has struck several bridges and railroads in southern Iran since the last data cutoff, although I don't know that they have the newest from last few hours, in order to disrupt supply routes to Bandar Abbas, Hormozgan province, according to senior U.S. officials speaking to the Wall Street Journal. Bandar Abbas is a port city that hosts the IRGC Navy 1st Naval District and numerous other naval facilities. Iran struck critical infrastructure in Kuwait earlier today, possibly in response to recent U.S. strikes on bridges in Iran and to deter the United States from conducting strikes on Iranian energy infrastructure. The Kuwaiti Electricity, Water, and Renewable Energy Ministry announced that an attack, which it attributed to Iranian aggression, damaged several power generation units at an unspecified power and water desalination plant today, July 17th. Iran attacked U.S. targets in Bahrain, Jordan, Qatar, and Oman on July 16th and 17th as part of their ongoing effort to impose costs on U.S. allies and partners in the region and discourage them from supporting U.S. efforts to undermine Iranian control of the strait. Iran targeted U.S. assets in Oman that support U.S. operations in the Strait of Hormuz, likely to degrade the United States' capability to operate around the strait. Iran also said they attacked, Iran said they attacked a former U.S. base in Syria on July 17th, likely to deter the Syrian government from undertaking any serious operations against Hezbollah in Lebanon. The IRGC said it targeted a U.S. Special Operations Center at the Al-Tanf garrison, although as I mentioned on my X account, you can find articles saying that the U.S. announced that they had left that garrison back in February. They said they targeted that base in retaliation for the killing of Iranian soldiers in Iran. Iran is continuing to use force in the threat of further attacks to impose its control over the Strait of Hormuz. On July 17th, Iran targeted a Thai-flagged vessel. Where's that? Yeah, the UKMTO had reported a attack of some sort much earlier today in the southern Strait of Hormuz. I don't know if this is it. Here it says Iran targeted a Thai flagged vessel in the strait on July 17th. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps affiliated Tasnim news agency, citing an informed source, claimed the IRGC Navy struck the vessel after it ignored warnings from the IRGC Navy and attempted to transit through the strait without Iranian authorization. Then UKMTO reported today that an unidentified projectile struck a vessel 19 nautical miles east of Kasab, Oman. The location of that vessel suggests it was attempting to pass through the southern transit route along Oman's coast. Iran has repeatedly attacked vessels using this route because the route is an alternative to Iran's illegal traffic separation scheme and therefore undermines Iranian efforts to assert authority over the strait. Kepler data shows only 8 vessels transited through the strait on July 16th. This demonstrates how Iranian attacks on shipping are deterring shipping companies and ship captains from transiting the strait. 7 maritime security and shipping industry sources recently told Reuters on July 15th that shipping companies are avoiding using the southern route through the strait despite U.S. military escorts. Iran does not need to routinely attack vessels to disrupt shipping in the strait. A single successful attack, or even the persistent threat of one, can deter vessels from using routes outside of Iran's control. I'll post a link to this whole article if you want to see it. That's from the Institute for the Study of War. Alex Brand-Zawadsky says, I'm against us committing war crimes for no reason? Okay, now. By the way, I hadn't heard about this. Kash Patel, FBI director, says yesterday into the early morning hours of today, the FBI responded to a hostage situation in Shasta Trinity National Forest in Redding, California, where two individuals took two U.S. Forest Service biologists as hostages. FBI Sacramento, including our crisis negotiators, SWAT team, and evidence response team, all arrived on scene, including a tactical deployment of our hostage rescue team from Quantico. After nearly 10 hours of negotiations, the hostages were safely released, and subjects Joseph Henriksen and Phoenix Henriksen surrendered and were immediately taken into custody. ABC 10 says the authorities of the two people arrested were a man and his son, a 49-year-old man and his son. Those are the two people arrested, according to the Forest Service, according to officials. Their motive is currently being investigated. I'm wondering if maybe, so we're going to keep the stream going. We're going to keep the stream going. In a little bit, I might make some food because I haven't eaten, but we're definitely keeping the stream going because I don't know what we're going to hear, but I kind of feel like I should eat something soon. I think I'm going to, what time is it right now? It's 4:11 a.m. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but things have been really ramping up tonight. Sunrise in Tehran is at 5:02, by the way. It's currently 4:12 a.m. there. Although I don't know that things would stop then. Why don't I do that? Why don't I put it? I'm going to take 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm going to take 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer. Let me do that. Let me do that. And we're going to keep the coverage going. I don't know what more is going to happen. We might have more attacks. Maybe we'll get more news about what's been attacked. Remember, Iran said 2 bridges and a tunnel were attacked. We have not heard much updates about that. So waiting to get a bunch of updates. So what I'll do is this. We're going to keep everything going here. Hang on. And what I'm going to do is just put on the screen that I'll be back in about 5 minutes. One of our viewers said, I was really enjoying the gas. John Kubis says, I was really enjoying the gas prices getting back to normal. All right, give me a second here before I go put my food in the air fryer. Just make sure I don't have any updates here. Hold on. I do want to read you something that I hadn't read you before. Hold on. I think there's a new report. Is there a new report? Hold on. What is this? What am I reading here? What am I seeing? That's weird. All right. Anyways, I'm seeing I have to look up. So I got to. So some report posted, and there's not really a lot of information behind it. Let's see. Let me put the food in. We're gonna have more updates. I'm just gonna put some food in the air fryer. All right. Hey, by the way, thanks so much to Steve Kimmel. Thank you, Steve. That's very nice of you. Also, Jesus UCSB. Jesus says, I'm a U.S. Army veteran. Thanks for your service, Jesus. Jesus says, I can guarantee you in the history of war, you cannot win a war without troops on the ground. Thanks, Jerry Kovacs. And also, Joe South Oz. Thank you so much. And Idaho Sweet Syringa for being a member. Thank you. Now, let me... All right, I'm going to do this right now. I'm just going to put some food in the air fryer and then come back. So give me about 5 minutes, everyone. 5 minutes. I'm coming back and we'll continue our live coverage. All right. Thanks for your patience. I am making some food. I've seen several reports in Iranian state media, which I don't know if this is true. I have my serious doubts. But they keep saying this. Hold on. Failure of Jordanian air defense systems against Iranian missiles. Arab media, I'm not sure who they're talking about, reported that Iranian missiles successfully bypassed Jordanian air defense systems and the Patriot system was completely ineffective. Furthermore, multiple explosions, they said, multiple explosions once again shook U.S. military bases in Kuwait. This is what they say. Again, I cannot verify this. What is this report about? Iran keeps saying the Pentagon like updated their casualty numbers. Which I haven't seen anywhere. I don't know where they're getting this. Update, we have a U.S. security alert from the U.S. State Department. Security alert. Here's what it says. This is new, just out. Middle East. Due to high tensions in the Middle East, the security environment remains complex with the potential for unforeseen escalation. We remind Americans in the region of the continued need for caution and encourage them to monitor the news for breaking developments. Americans traveling in or through the region should also check with their air carriers to make sure their flights are still scheduled. Yeah, some people posting the emote. What is this emote? I can't remember. I'm outing myself as not being fluent in emotes, but I can't remember what it's called. You know what one I'm talking about. Americans should reconsider travel to and through the Middle East. Read the latest country-specific alerts. Hold on a second here. I need about 15 seconds. I need 15 seconds. So why are they posting this now? Unforeseen escalation potential. Give me a second. I'll be right back in 15 seconds. All right, hold on a moment here. Give me a moment. Very interesting new update from the State Department. Yeah, some of our viewers have an issue with unforeseen. They seem to think this will be seen. Oh, is it the hold on a second here. Give me a moment. You can see here it says, due to high tensions in the Middle East, the security environment remains complex with the potential for unforeseen escalation. Anyways, I find it interesting that this is being issued tonight. I don't recall them saying this that much. Kind of scroll down here. It's not like they say it every day. Yeah, I mean, I'm going, that's July 3rd. You know, so this is certainly not an everyday alert from the State Department. Haley Girl says, that seems strange to me. All right, anyways. Ignore the beeping. The food is just is cooking, so I can stay on the air longer. Look, I also told you it was weird to me. There were a couple announcements in Iranian state media a few hours ago where there were a couple of areas where they said people should not come to work. Wasn't the whole country, but a couple of areas, and it just seems like not come to work. One said half people should stay home in certain businesses in Hormozgan province tomorrow, and another said in the what was the other one? The other said for the next 2 weeks, in the PARS special economic zone or whatever, a bunch of people should work remotely for the next 2 weeks. And I was like, why are they making these announcements? They didn't explain it in the announcements. Yeah, they're posting this alert for some reason. The State Department. By the way, huge thanks to all of our moderators who are here. We have Beth Mythical and Ruth are modding. Thank you so much. Vinny Hagen, our viewer, says, must be getting worse. Dumpy says, possible ground invasion? Also, thanks to our moderators very much on Twitch. LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah, thank you. Also, and thanks also to K. Larry Body on Facebook. Hey, thanks to Ollie Clark for subscribing too. Paul Anderson moderating over there, Darren Charlo, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. I need about 15 more seconds. Give me 15 more seconds. 15 more seconds. Okay. It is 4:32 Iran time. We're going to keep the stream going, but in a moment, I'm going to go eat in a couple minutes and keep the stream going. And then when I'm away eating, not that far, if something huge happens, I can just stop eating and run right in here. Give me a moment here. Thanks so much, Southern Guy X, who's been a member for 53 months. That's really nice of you. Thanks, Southern Guy. Also, Vader119, thanks for being a member. Yeah, we're waiting. I mean, hold on. Yeah, I feel like we don't have a lot of information yet about not that much about what's been targeted tonight. So I'm waiting to hear more. So what I'm going to do is we're going to keep the stream going. And Jonathan After Dark thinks they're going to send troops on the ground. That's why no travel. I don't know that it didn't really. Thanks, Jonathan. I mean, that alert, I mean, it didn't really, I don't think, have big practical changes. If you look at what it said, it's not saying don't do this. It's not saying, I mean, it's we remind Americans for the need for caution. It's not saying, hey, do this thing that you haven't been doing. Americans should reconsider travel to and through the Middle East, but I'm guessing that might have been an alert also. So I'm not aware that there's anything like huge new travel advisory, but more to me, it's just letting people, just posting this at all and saying the security environment remains complex with the potential for unforeseen escalation, and kind of reminding people to be cautious. So I don't know, but I don't, some of our viewers think there might be a ground invasion or something coming soon. I have no idea, Jonathan. So, Vac Shack says the bombing that is fixing to happen is worth the warning. Pragmatic Centrist says tomorrow is the big day. I mean, the markets are closed for whatever that's worth until Sunday. Oil market Sunday, stock market Monday. Yeah, maybe we'll do a poll when I come back. But what I need to do is I really need to eat. That's what I need to do. And then I'll be better when I get back here. Because right now I have to eat something. Okay, so what I'm going to do is put on the screen Okay. Not a Cat Lady says both sides are so bad right now. Thank you, Animal Audio Quest, for being a member. Thanks also Just Facts, who says if the USA attacked a country with human rights and free press, we would get more news and videos of the war, says Just Facts. Yeah, we don't, I mean, at this point, we're not getting much video and photos of this war as it goes on. Certainly not in real time, but generally not that much. All right, we're going to do more coverage, but I need right now to eat. So hang tight. I'm going to go eat, and I'll be keeping up with the news while I'm eating. And if something huge happens, I can just put my fork down and run back in here. Otherwise, I'll come in after I eat, and we'll do more coverage after I eat. Thank you, Just Facts. I appreciate it, Just Facts. Thank you. So hang out. I'll be back shortly. And I appreciate everybody watching and all of our moderators too. And I'll be back shortly and we'll continue the stream in a little bit. All right, we are back. Thanks for your patience. I did see a couple of reports of new explosions while I was eating. Oh, strikes over. Latest wave of strikes over. Look, I got back just in time. Latest wave of strikes over. CENTCOM. CENTCOM finishes latest wave of strikes against Iran. U.S. forces ended the 7th consecutive night of strikes against Iran on July 17th, 14 minutes ago. U.S. Central Command hit surveillance sites, military logistics infrastructure. I don't know if that's what the bridges and tunnel that were apparently hit were, underground weapon storage, and maritime capabilities. U.S. forces employed fighter aircraft, aerial drones, and warships in addition to other assets. CENTCOM continues to hold Iran accountable at the commander-in-chief's direction while fully enforcing a naval blockade against Iranian ports. More than 50,000 American service members are operating across the Middle East and remain vigilant, lethal, and ready. And they posted a video, and it says, again, video released today. It doesn't say it was all taken today. It just says video that was released today. Oh, no, it does say U.S. Central Command launching latest wave of precision strikes, which does imply that it was taken today. Hold on. That implies it, I assume. That looks like, I can't tell. That looks like a highway or that could be a bridge right there. Hey, doesn't that look like a bridge? Look at this. Right there. Does that look like a bridge or a highway? Maybe. Wisco Joe said looked like a bridge. Now this looks like some sort of communications tower or something on top of a hill. Look at this. I don't know if that's on La Rock Island or not. Right there. That again, that looks kind of like a bridge being attacked or something. I don't know. Our viewer hold on. Supernova says a bridge is not a war crime if it can be used by a military. I mean, that seems like a pretty liberal definition. I mean, couldn't any bridge in theory possibly be used by the military? AP had an article a few months ago and said, let's see here. Is this the article I wanted? AP said they talked to a U.S. Naval War College and international law professor at the University of Reading in Britain, Michael Schmidt, a professor emeritus, who said a power facility can be attacked under the laws of armed conflict if it provides electricity to a military base in addition to civilians. But the strike must not cause disproportionate harm to the civilian population, and you've done everything to minimize that harm. I don't know how it goes for bridges. I'm not a legal expert. Hang on a second here. Yeah, there's different, criteria that I guess is the consensus legal definition for war crime when it comes to like bridges and power plants. I'm not an expert on what these things are. So maybe we'll talk about that at some point in the future. But again, if it would seem to me if your definition is can be used by the military, well, that would effectively mean that there's that blowing up a power plant or a bridge is never a war crime because in theory they could be used by the military. All right, let me just try to get some more updates here. Midtown Mike says those days have long gone. Quote, there are laws to war. Barely tamed says, has Iran been fighting by the, quote, rules of war? All right, so the U.S. said their attacks are over, right? Now, I did see this. While I was eating, I saw this report. Which was from Iran state media Tasnim, which said at 4:44, about half an hour ago, a location near Jask was targeted by a military attack from U.S. enemy forces. Details of the incident will be announced later. That's Jask, which I believe is on the coast. Bandar Jask. Bandar al Jask. There's Bandar Abbas. And where's Jask? Jask is down here. There's Bandar e Jask is here. Austin thinks it sounds like Iran took casualties in that attack. I don't know. By the way, 23 minutes ago, once again, sirens in Bahrain. Second time since we've been on the air, sirens in Bahrain. Idaho Sweet Syringa says, I'm sure America knows the rules of engagement. 7 straight nights. U.S. strikes. What was the other? I saw another report of explosions while I was eating. I saw a JASC. I don't remember what the other one is. Oh, Khorramabad. Khorramabad was the other one. If you see from IRNA, that said at around, that might be 5 a.m., I think. Maybe that's, well, yeah, that's probably about around 5 a.m., I think it means to say, which would be about 20 minutes ago. 2 or 3 explosions were heard in Khorramabad. Which is here, Khorramabad. Oops, you'll see it in a second. That's in western Iran, Khorramabad. What was being attacked in that area, I have no idea. Dr. Duser thinks bombing a power plant can be considered a war crime, depending on the plant's function in the context of the attack. So, you know, one thing we don't have an update on is CBS News had reported that soldiers were injured, U.S. soldiers, in Jordan this week, in the past week, in Iranian attacks. But we don't... Ooh, I'm sorry. You know what happened is OSINT Technical, I think, geolocated the bridge. Give me a second. We haven't heard more about this report from CBS News about U.S. soldiers reporting being injured due to Iranian attacks on Jordan bases this past week. I haven't heard more updates on that, so certainly I'll keep an eye on that. Now, OSINT Technical, who I follow, claimed to have... Remember we were looking moments ago at this video that the U.S. military posted that looked like it was a bridge being hit? Here, I'll show you again. OSINT Technical said he thinks that he's geolocated the bridge. Figured out where it is. Let me show you the video first of all again. Here is that video. It's this part here. This here. See, what looks like a bridge blowing up. So OSINT Technical thinks that the bridge is here. Well, now I'm hearing the, hold on. This is where OSINT Technical thinks the bridge is. Here. Oops, you can't see it now. Here. Nope, you can't see it now still either. Try this one more time. There. Interesting. And that would be, I mean, that's the right, well, it's in, I think that's Hormozgan province. Yeah, that's in the right province, Hormozgan province. That in theory would be a bridge on the 96 highway going over a river, it looks like, in southern Iran. I don't know if that's the case, but again, that's OSINT Technical on X said that's where the bridge was. Looks pretty similar. I'm going to repost OSINT Technical's post and post a link. He says it's the Highway 96 road bridge. I don't even know if we heard about that bridge being destroyed. That sounds like an additional bridge to the two that we heard about being destroyed. I think that's a different one. Oh, hold on a second, guys. Hold on. Kuwait has once again said that they are under attack. For the second time during our stream, Kuwait air defenses are currently confronting hostile missile and drone attacks following the sinful Iranian aggression. So even after the U.S. has stopped its attacks for the night, this happens other nights too, we have reports of Iran launching more strikes on Bahrain and Kuwait. I would not be surprised if they launched them on Jordan as well. Our viewer, Supernova, thinks if the bridges are all in the south, the troops are going in soon. Gray Stag says, why don't the people claiming war crimes about bridges ever bring up Iran's war crimes? Oh, the link didn't work to the post? Hold on a second here. I'll try it again. Really? Really? All right, well, it worked for me. I'm going to post this link again to OSINT Technical's post. I can't help you if it doesn't work this time because I just checked and it's the right link. Digital Communist says, worked for me the first time. It's interesting because last night we had a bunch of video and photos of one or two of the bridges that were hit. And tonight, I saw one kind of hard to make out photo and that's it. Nothing about the tunnel. And I don't doubt that these things were hit because I don't think the Iranian government loves talking about it. So I'm assuming if they're bothering to post about it, that it's true. Also, I think the Iranian government would not normally like to tell people in Hormozgan province like they did tonight, you can't stay off the roads because other things might get attacked. So I'm guessing those were really a hit, but we'll have to see. Maybe in daylight, we'll see some more photos and videos. Thanks, by the way, to Tim Pock. Tim Pock believes at least 6 bridges were struck. Now, I haven't seen that. Last night, Iran said 5. But then they posted something, Iranian state media, which seemed to list 6. Anyways, but tonight I've only heard of 2. Well, they said 2, but the one, I don't know that the one that OSINT Technical pointed out was today or maybe it was yesterday. I don't know. So at least a couple have been reported. I see 2 reported by Iranian state media so far. There could be others as well. Thank you, Tim Pock. I appreciate that. Appreciate your support. Tim Pock, 122367. Also, Jazz Wolf, our member. Jazz Wolf, I have no idea where you. If you're seeing that, then I don't know where you're looking, Jazz Wolf, because I haven't seen anything about that. Thanks, Truth WWSYF for being a member. Ramen and my Tum Tum for being a member. Thank you. Renewal AJ, thanks for your support. Chris F, thanks for being a member. Mary Rickert, thanks for being a member. Animal Audio Quest, thanks for being a member. New Yorker 783, thanks for your support. Dog Bees, thanks for subscribing. Again, we've heard about alerts in Kuwait where they say in Kuwait that they are dealing with Iranian missiles and drones. And then a short while ago, sirens in Bahrain. So sounds like Iran has fired missiles and or drones at Bahrain and Kuwait. This is interesting. The Wall Street Journal says that this week has been one of the deadliest since the start of the war for the commercial shippers. They say at least 3 more seafarers have died and more than a dozen injured this past week in these attacks by Iran on ships. They say Iran's cruise missile use of cruise missiles has increased the damage. They talked to an expert, Chris Long, who told them that the U.S. attacks on coastal targets has made it harder for Iran to launch drones. But they can launch cruise missiles at ships from further inland. The Wall Street Journal also points out that the cruise missiles have this solid fuel that relies on chemicals imported from China, and Iran only has limited qualities of that fuel. That's it. You can read about that in the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal headline is Conflict in the Gulf has become much more deadly for commercial sailors. Just Facts says Iran is attacking non-military targets. I am shocked. Wappy says Iran has nothing. Bold Gesture says IRGC are nutters. They will kill everything they can. Michelle Lauzon says, why do the admirals, generals, and all of the soldiers participate in illegal orders? Michelle says. Our viewer, I think a couple of viewers have asked about this. Hold on. Give me a moment here. So there's this article here. So this is from yesterday. Pakistan worries about being drawn into U.S.-Iran conflict after Houthis attack Saudi Arabia. Well, hold on. So the Houthi, this is different. So the Pakistan had said that there's been some new fighting between the Houthis and Saudi Arabia, and a retired. Where is this quote here? A Pakistani official told Reuters our attacks on Saudi Arabia or attacks on Pakistan, it is our red line. But I think this is about talking about the Houthis in Saudi Arabia, not Iran firing missiles at Saudi Arabia. I don't know, but I know PW360 says, how is Pakistan going to respond to Saudi Arabia being attacked after earlier comments? If you're talking about those comments, I think those comments were about the Houthis in Saudi Arabia. Ma Florida said, asked about a fighter aircraft in the Persian Gulf. Yeah, we showed that. We showed there appeared to be a fighter aircraft earlier on Flight Radar 24, U.S. fighter, but a bunch of viewers thought it was maybe a spoof and not a real thing. I was pretty surprised to see it there, but it's possible it just wasn't real. Oh, it's still up there. Yeah. I don't know what this is. Yeah, I'm confused by this. Is this the same plane that's supposedly making circles? I don't know. I don't know why a fighter would be making circles like that. Is this the same one or a different one? I don't know, but we saw one earlier. I haven't been paying attention the whole time. You never know. Maybe it's up there for a reason. Maybe it's guarding maybe it's up there guarding the refueling tankers. I have no idea. This is not my field. Oh, you know what I didn't even know? It's a supersonic jet trainer. I was wrong. It's not a fighter. I was totally wrong. It's a trainer. Sorry, but I should have looked this up before. My bad. Thanks to the viewers. T-38 Talon is a supersonic jet trainer. Manufactured 1961 to 1972. Yeah, again, I don't know if that's really up there. Dirty Jumping thinks it's a false ping aircraft. My Florida says it seems to be odd there. Mongol Mama thinks it has the same registration as a tanker and it's a tanker. That's what Mongol Mama. Mongol Mama believes it's the same. It's actually a tanker and it's being misidentified as a Talon. That would make more sense. People probably said this to me before in the chat and I didn't see it. So sorry if I didn't see this before. Again, I don't know for sure, but these are different possibilities. Again, I don't know if it is the same registration as another ship, another plane. When I look it up, I don't see another plane. I just see the Talon. But regardless, that's about all I can say about it. I don't know. The USAF is the largest operator of the T-38 jet trainer. The U.S. Naval Test Pilot School in Maryland is the principal U.S. Navy operator of this plane. As of 2025, the T-38 has been in service for over 60 years with the U.S. Air Force. Now, Russian severe weather video says they are light and maneuverable to shoot down drones. And says even Russia fits weapons to their trainers. So Russian severe weather video thinks it might have weapons on it. I have absolutely no idea. None. Ben Van thinks it thinks it's an expired registration and it's actually a tanker. All right, I'll let you guys discuss that. But thanks for your help with that. Misfit Studios sent me some proposed locations for the tunnel that was apparently attacked. I don't know if this is true. I don't know exactly where this is, though. Anyways, yeah, I can't verify this. Raymond Thompson says the U.S. should have attacked that tunnel 47 years ago and bridges. Oh, update about Hormuz Island. We didn't hear about this before. New report about an attack on Hormuz Island. Military attack by U.S. enemy forces and explosions heard on Hormuz Island. And they said that was about 47 minutes ago. That's from Iran state media Tasnim. They also attacked Larak Island too. Look at this. Wow. Let me show you where that is. Hormuz Island, I guess. Or no, Hormuz Island, right there. Hormuz Island, near Larak Island, which was attacked tonight in Keshem. Look at that. I don't know what was attacked there. Iran state media Tasnim says the U.S. attacked Hormuz Island tonight. Hormuz Island attacked, Larak Island attacked. We've been talking about how a lot of bridges around near Bandar Abbas have been attacked, and a railway junction yesterday. And there are reports, for example, the Wall Street Journal talked to a U.S. official, said that the U.S. was trying to cut off Bandar Abbas because it's a key city that allows and there's like a big naval base there, and it allows the Iran to project its power in the Strait of Hormuz. Anyways, I don't know what happened on Hormuz Island, but explosions were heard there, guys. That's according to Tasnim state media. Bahrain siren again. Third time during the broadcast. So another wave of looks like drones or missiles headed at Bahrain. They just 51 minutes ago it sounded, and it just sounded 1 minute ago. Again, we don't really get much information when these sirens sound. We might hear about something later on, but we kind of hear the siren sound and that's it. Hey, by the way, Lewis R. gave 50 memberships. That's very generous of Lewis R. Thank you so much, Lewis R. Please thank Lewis if you got a membership from Lewis. Lewis just gave 50 memberships. Lewis is such a great supporter of the channel, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, Lewis. That is so kind of you. Welcome new members over on YouTube. Our viewer Pioneer Twin says, poor Bahrain gets hit every night. Thanks for shouting out Lewis in the chat. Oh, I don't need this to say Strait of Hormuz. C.A. Cush says this will be going on for a very long time. It's interesting. CENTCOM said they finished their strikes at 9:30 p.m. and that's when Iran state media said the attack on Hormuz Island happened. Might have been the last attack from this wave. Jennifer says, what is the end game here? By the way, really appreciate all of our moderators. Really appreciate it. For example, Matthew Kohai 3 and Sarah. Thank you for moderating on Twitch. Kay Lowry Body over on Facebook. Thank you. Haley Girl, thank you. Linda Bell, Clary, Misha on X, thank you. I wonder if soon I think soon we'll get some statements from Iran. where they say, in response to the U.S. attacks, we launched missiles and drones here, 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 and blew up all this stuff and all that stuff. Hugh High Mountain says the end will be with regime change like always. We'll do a poll. Will U.S. ground troops be used in Iran? That includes like any of the islands. Will U.S. ground troops be used in Iran? That is our poll. Hang on. All right, I posted the poll. I posted it. Oh, but what I didn't do is this. I didn't show you doing the poll. You reading and voting in the poll. By the way, I do want to thank, oops, that's happening again. 86 GOP Forever. 86 gave 50 people memberships. 50 more memberships for some people. Very generous from 86. Yeah, as Nifty says, generous people today. Thank you. So if you got a membership from 86, please say thanks. 50 more people. That's really nice of you. Thanks, Kevin Koch, by the way. Kevin says, seems like more Iranian missiles are getting through. That I can't say. I just don't know. I do not have any kind of reliable information on how many missiles are actually hitting anything. I'd like to know. I don't know. It's a good question. And a lot of times you don't even know how many are being fired. You know, Kuwait seems to say how many get fired at them, but I don't know that I don't think every country does that. Jordan doesn't. I don't think Bahrain does. I don't know. I mean, we heard CBS News reports that some soldiers were injured in Jordan this week. We don't know how many, some American soldiers, due to Iran attacks on Jordan bases. Hey, thanks to Josh Barnes, too. I appreciate that, Josh Barnes. Thanks again, 86, for all the new members. Oh, all right, so let's talk about the poll. I said, will the U.S. use ground troops in Iran? And fairly close on YouTube. 57% say yes, 43% say no. On Facebook, it's 56% yes, 44% no. So slightly favoring yes. And on Twitch, I think we have a disagreement. On Twitch, we have 53% no, 56% no, 44% yes. Booze It Up says ground troops are already there. I think you know what I mean. There might be some special forces there or whatever, but hopefully you understand what I mean. Some non secret public regular forces, whatever that means. Non-clandestine, says Slippy. Thanks for voting in our poll. Pretty divided, though. All right, hang on. We'll give it a few minutes more, see if anything develops. I think we're going to get soon some statements from Iran just saying, you know, we responded to the U.S. attacks, and here's what we did. Then there could be things that happen later tonight. You know, if there's some huge events, if I get off the air and then there's huge developments later, we can always do another stream. Are Russia and China helping Iran? Michael Ramirez says. That I can't tell. I don't know if things are happening behind the scenes. That I just do not know. Thank you to P.A. Jeeper and Josh Barnes for your support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's nice of you. P.A. Jeeper and Josh Barnes. I think I thanked Josh already, but thanks again, Josh. Also, thanks so much to James Craig. Very kind of you. James Craig, 4479. Thank you, James. Devin Wire thinks that all access to Bandar Abbas is now shut off and that both communications towers on 2 islands taken out. Invasion coming? Devin Wire thinks an invasion is coming. Tim Pock thinks Devin is correct. All right, we'll go a couple more minutes here. But as I like to say, it is a marathon, not a sprint. OSINT Technical thinks there is a fire burning at the U.S. Air Force utilized Mawafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan. He thinks that's because of a ballistic missile attack tonight. That I don't know. You can go to the firm's NASA fire map. I think I'll show you what he's seeing. Hang on, where is this? What am I looking at? I was trying to find where he's looking at. Here is NASA firms. You can go there and do a search for recent fire detection using the satellite. Oh, I think he's saying it's this. Is that the airbase? I think this is in Jordan here. And I think that OSINT Technical is claiming that the satellite shows recent fire, and he thinks that's because of a missile attack tonight on the airbase. I don't know this for sure myself. That says that's the 3 to 6 hours old detection. Oh, update. We have an update. Thanks to one of our viewers for mentioning Tasnim. Very interesting update here. Very interesting update. Look at this. News update. News update. Now, regardless of whether this is true, it's very interesting to see Iran claiming this. Iran claims that power plants and desalination pumps at the village of Banji were targeted by missile attacks. In Jask, the deputy governor of Hormozgan province for political security and social affairs says several missiles hit power plants and desalination pumps at the port of the village in Banji. As a result of the attack on these facilities, the drinking water supply to several villages in the west of Jask County has been cut off. The extent of the damage is being assessed, and the responsible authorities are investigating the details of the incident. The people should be assured that all officials are working to restore the drinking water supply to its full capacity as quickly as possible. Now, I can't confirm this. It's interesting that Iran is... It's obviously interesting if it happened, but if it doesn't happen, it's interesting they're saying this. Let me show you where this is. If I can. I know where Jask is. Isn't that a war crime? Well, I don't know. I can't confirm this happened. I do wonder if any power plants were hit. Jask is here. Now, where is Banji? Hang on. Banji is a collection of rural coastal villages. northwest of Jask itself. Where? It says in Jask County. Oh, Bungie? No, I don't. Is that Bungie? Bungie is here. This must be it. It says Bungie. That might be it. Bunji. It says on Google. So I think it's here. Hold on. Bunji. Jask. No, it's not reading right. That's Bandar Jask. Then Bungie would be here. Bungie, maybe? Jask County is here. Yes. There is Jask County there. I think it's this. I think it's somewhere in here because it says Bungie. I think that's probably what we're talking about here. Anyways, let's talk about this again, though. Look at this. Major accusation. Okay, so Iranian deputy governor claims says several missiles hit power plants and desalination pumps in the village of Banji in Jas County. That would be U.S. missiles. As a result of the hold on. I'll say Iran State Media Jet. Iran State Media Tasnim. Several U.S. missile claims. Several U.S. missiles hit power plants and desalination pumps located in the village of Banji in Jas County. As a result of the attack on the facilities, the drinking water supply to several villages in the west of Jas County has been cut off. That's the claim. All right, so is it true that the U.S. hit some power plants and desalination pumps? Is Iran just saying that? Even if Iran is just saying it, if it's not true, well, they're putting it out there. So they might respond as if it were true, even if it's not true. I cannot say. I cannot say. But they're saying that the U.S. did this. Desalination is when water, salt water is made, the salt is taken out so it can be used for drinking water. I will say this, though, it's not like we always see Iran state media posting about these kind of accusations. No, this is again, it says Jas County. Jim Hayes says reports that Jordan took a direct hit from Iran. Yeah, I can't tell. I have no idea. You know, I see some people online claiming that Jordan took a direct hit and claiming there's a video that shows this. I have no idea if that's true. I just don't know. I just don't know. Don't know. I see lots of claims all the time about this kind of stuff. Funky says this here on the screen is a big claim, and but an even bigger escalation if true. Here is another report from FARS, which is the same thing. This is how FARS state media says it. They say power facilities and desalination pumps at the port of the village of Banji were targeted by missile attacks. It's this, but they're quoting the same official, the deputy governor of Hormozgan province. They're quoting the same. It's the same quote. I think it's like they're posting the same press release. In continuation of the enemies, namely the American criminal attacks on various areas of Hormozgan, this time power facilities and desalination pumps located at the port of the village of Banji, affiliated with the city of Jask, were hit by missiles. As a result of these facilities, the drinking water supply to several villages in the west of Jask has been cut off. Again, I don't know if this is true. Could be Iran just making it up for propaganda purposes, but whatever, they're putting it out there. Initial assessments are underway to evaluate the extent of the damage of this impact of this attack, and efforts to stabilize the water supply in the region have begun. Are we going to get a CENTCOM fact check post claiming this is false? I don't know. Now you might say, why would the U.S. want to bother hitting this? Well, you know, one theory would be that they do it as a threat, kind of, that they hit some power plants, like they hit some bridges in the last couple of days, as a way of suggesting we're going to hit a lot more of these if you don't give us what we want or something. I don't know. It's not insane to think that. Now, as one of our viewers mentioned, we've talked about this earlier. Kuwait said earlier today that Iran hit a Kuwaiti desalination plant. I don't know if the U.S. is in the business of tit-for-tat attacks and would hit one to match what Iran did. That sounds more like an Iran thing to do, to try to match what the other side did. But who knows? I don't know. Sandy Lucas says, I don't see Iran bending. And again, regardless of whether this happened or not, if they say it happened and then they're going to act on if it, you know, if their public position is that this happened, then they would probably adjust their behavior to account for this as if it had happened, meaning possible escalation. Hey, thanks to Captain Jerry Donnelly. Jerry Donnelly says fresh water is used in making weapons like drones and missile fuel. I asked Gemini. Gemini says, for whatever worth, while fresh water is an industrial input used heavily in general manufacturing, including cooling systems, chemical processing, and electronic production, it isn't a direct ingredient or a unique component of missile fuel or drone assembly. Are you saying, Captain Jerry Donnelly, that you think the U.S. would attack a desalination plant to prevent the fresh water from being used in making drones and missiles? Is that what you're saying? I don't know if the U.S. would do that. I have no idea, but our viewer Eula fan says, "OMG." Oh, someone saying water is dual use and a valid target. You can take it up with Captain Jerry Donnelly, Eula fan. Thank you, hey, thank you for your support, Captain Jerry Donnelly. I hope I'm not misrepresenting your position. I was trying to figure out what you were going for. But thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly. I appreciate it. Also, Alex Brandt Zawadsky. Thank you, Alex Brandt Zawadsky. I appreciate it. User I9, thanks for being a member. Also, Irish Rover. Irish Rover says, I'm a 30-year retired airman, and the T-38 is not flying in the Gulf. Northrop built the F-5, which is the same airframe as the T-35. Iran flew the F-5. Interesting radar blip. So Irish Rover thinks the T-38 jet trainer is not actually flying in the Gulf, even though it appears on Flight Radar 24. Oh, now it's not found there anymore, by the way. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier and wondering if there's just if it's some kind of spoof or something like that. Thank you so much, Irish Rover. That's really nice of you. Thanks, Will Smith. Will says power plants now. When does it become war crimes? Again, I cannot confirm this report from Jazz County. Crawdad, thank you. Crawdad says, does Iran have chemical weapons? I'd have to Google that. I mean, I can't imagine them in a situation like this thinking about using them. I mean, it's again cost versus benefit. I don't even know. I mean, there's not even a ground war right now anyway. So, but I don't know. I'd have to do some research on this question. I don't know what the current thinking is on Iran and chemical weapons. But again, I've heard no one at all even speculate that they would use chemical weapons in this conflict. And I don't know what the real benefit would be to them. And I could certainly think of lots of cost to them. The Nuclear Threat Initiative claims that Iran suffered severe losses from Iraqi chemical weapons during the Iran-Iraq War. I don't know. I'm not going to do a research project right now. It's an interesting question. There's a U.S. Department of State John Bolton testimony when he was Undersecretary for Arms Control and International Security from 2004, where he said, we believe Iran has a covert program to develop and stockpile chemical weapons. That was in 2004. Maybe it's a subject of debate in the intelligence community. I don't know. Thank you, Crawdad. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Chris F. 6446. And thanks for shouting out the mods, Chris. Thanks also to Carrie Kyle. Thanks, Carrie Kyle, for your support. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes here and see if we get any more statements from Iran. By the way, if you're watching on Facebook, uh-oh, I bet you're not watching on Facebook anymore. I bet the stream ended because we hit 8 hours. I have to restart the Facebook stream. But one of our viewers just asked about oil reserves. I think maybe I'll save that till next time to talk about. It's an interesting topic and I'd like to talk about it, but I think I'm going to wait until next time. Why is this looking all strange? I'm going to restart the Facebook stream, and then what'll happen is we'll be on Facebook for just a couple minutes, but I'll start it anyway. Bold Gesture says Israel did what? I'm not sure what you're saying. Israel did what? Did what? I don't know what you're referring to. This was the 7th night of strikes. To repeat, I have no idea about Iran's attacks tonight on Bahrain and Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and Jordan. I don't know if any of their drones or missiles got through and what kind of damage they might have done. I don't really have a good way of telling this, so we'll have to just wait and see what's reported about this. Oh, just Joanne said that Jordan Army posted. What Jordan Army usually posts is they usually talk about how many missiles they shot down, and they don't actually talk about the total number of missiles and whether any missiles got through. Here, I have the Jordan Armed Forces website. Oh, I know what I want. I want the Jordan. I got it. Do I have it? I'm not seeing their post about it. So our viewer, Just Joanne, mentioned that Al Jazeera claims that the Jordan military said it shot down 10 Iranian missiles Saturday morning. But I'm looking at the Jordan news agency and not seeing anything. So I don't know where they're seeing that. Oh, I have it right here. I have it right here. Jordan News Agency. Our air defenses intercepted and shot down 10 Iranian missiles targeting the kingdom's territories. The interception and shoot down operation resulted in no human injuries or material damage. But that doesn't tell you, fine, the interception operation did not hurt anybody. Did any other missiles land and get through? They generally don't say. They don't say. Give me a moment here. Jordan's armed forces say they shot down 10 Iranian missiles Saturday morning. Ten Iranian missiles, and that the interception operation didn't cause any injuries. Per usual, they don't say whether any missiles made it past defenses and caused damage or injuries. It's just hard to get information out of there. I mean, it's not just out of there. I mean, we're hearing CBS News tonight reported that that there's been injuries in Jordan this past week to U.S. soldiers. Now, maybe it's not true, but I'm going to guess that's going to turn out to be true. U.S. soldiers in Jordan, we've heard nothing about that. It's just so hard to tell what's going on a lot of the time. I mean, I will say this about Jordan saying they shot down 10 missiles is a couple nights this week they've said 4 missiles. So this is more than some nights. Again, our air defenses intercepted and shot down 10 missiles. Now, one of our viewers thinks they didn't shoot any down. That I don't know. But that's enough. Look, I can't be sure they shot down 10. That's what they're saying. But yeah, none of these countries, like there's no live cameras in any of these countries that are showing any of these things, and they all tend to keep pretty tight control. Iran as well, over people posting stuff on social media and what's getting out. It's very hard to tell what's going on. Mouse of the House says, where is their proof? Oh, Vahid said Tasnim posted a report about the bridges? Where's this? Did I miss the Tasnim report? Let's see. Oh, they did. A report from the site of the U.S. attack on the Bandar Abbas Rudan Road. Wow, okay. I am going to post this, unless Vahid already posted. Oh, all right. So look at this, guys. Tasnim, I had missed this when it was first posted. I just saw it thanks to Vahid. Tasnim posted a video, and I'm going to post a link to the video, I think. But they say attack on Iranian infrastructure, a report from the site of the U.S. attack on the Bandar Abbas to Rudan Road, following the attack on two bridges along the Bandar Abbas Rudan Highway. This route has been damaged. As a result of this attack, a number of our fellow citizens were killed and others were injured. All right, so this is going to be, let me post it and then I can give you the link. Iran state media Tasnim posts what it says is a report from the site of the U.S. attack on the Bandar Abbas Rudan Road. They say two bridges along this highway were attacked, and as a result of this attack, a number of our fellow citizens were killed and others were injured. I am unable to verify these claims. But in the video, which I'll show you, I'll post a link to in a second, they show like a lot of damage on a road, and they show an upside down car. An upside down car with a collapsed bridge, it looks like. All right, I'm going to post the link to this right now. It's on my X account. I'm posting it. You go to my X account at Lookner, you can watch the video. Again, I don't have the rights to the video, but I just posted the Tasnim video, which shows. What I'll do is I'll just show a quick screen grab. Well, I want to be careful here. I'll direct you to my X account. My X account is at Lookner. You can watch the video, but it looks like a bridge that's collapsed and an upside down white car like lying halfway down the slab of bridge that's collapsed. Kind of similar to the damage last night. Oh, I never shut down the poll. Oops, sorry about that. My bad. My bad. Let me do that. Thanks for letting me know. I don't know if people were able to see that video, but again, it's on my X account at Lookner. You can find the video there from Tasnim. Thanks, Mitz Tulunad, who says something big happened in Kuwait. Again, I'll just repeat, I have no way of really knowing at this point. I just don't know. It's so hard to tell what happens with these Iranian retaliation attacks. And it's just these countries, you can't get a lot out of them. You get very little detail. And sometimes they admit stuff happened, but it's just hard to tell. It's just hard to tell. Thanks, Crawdad, by the way, who says, where's the tariff tax stimulus? Thanks also so much to BeastMom71 and also Bob Knuth. Thanks, Bob. Thanks, Will Smith, who says, isn't attacking power plants something Russia does? Again, I cannot confirm a report from Iran media that says the U.S. attacked some power plants tonight. Shin reports new missile launches. Shin says 3 missiles reportedly launched from Bushehr province at 6:35 local time, 4 or 5 minutes ago. So maybe Iran launching more missiles just about 5 minutes ago. Oh, Vahid reported that as well. Vahid Online says 3 missiles were fired from Bushehr province 5 minutes ago. And he got a report, and there's like 3 streaks going through the sky. He got a photo sent to him. Our viewer Respect believes that near the Bungie village that Iran said got hit is the Jask oil terminal. And Respect thinks that the U.S. hit the Jask oil terminal and maybe some infrastructure is shared with Bungie village. Maybe you're right. I'm not sure. I do not know. You might be right. Thank you, Respect, for writing in. Jonathan After Dark says, my worst fear is something big is going to happen here in USA. So it looks like Iran is still launching things. And Iran Media Fars says news sources are reporting that several explosions have been heard in Bahrain, which usually means that Iran fired something at Bahrain. If you missed it, Iran claims that the U.S. hit power facilities and desalination pumps at the port of the village of Banji And as a result of these attack on these facilities, drinking water supply to several villages in the west of Jask have been cut off. I cannot confirm that. That's what Iran media, state media is saying that the local deputy governor said. True Blunt says, major crime against humanity. Again, I cannot confirm it happened. Trent thinks we are setting the board for invasion. Next, it is pamphlets being dropped asking the civilians to leave. That's what Trent thinks. Hey guys, if you're wondering, we've been hearing some reports that Iran keeps firing stuff at Bahrain, right? If you're wondering what they might be firing at, well, I don't know for sure, but look what I'm seeing in Fars media. Arab media reports the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet in Bahrain has been subjected to a heavy aerial attack. That would be the second reported attack on the Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain, which, as we mentioned again and again and again, Iran has attacked that base since the start of the war. It's been attacked many times. It has reportedly been mostly evacuated. I feel like every night of the last week they've said they've attacked the Fifth Fleet base. But just letting you know, that is just got posted. Digital communist thinks no one's there anymore. Allison Fowler thinks there must not be any base left. The Knight's Palace says they keep at it. Hot Rodacy says just in case they thought about coming back. Again, I think we already got a report of them attacking it hours ago. Hang on. I just had to type somebody out. But I just want to say this one time. I'm just going to say it one time. Um, I don't know why people say this, and it happens all the time. But if you claim that I'm happy about somebody getting hurt or something like that, or I'm happy about some terrible thing, I'm going to time you out for a long time or I will hide you. And I often hold my tongue and don't say it, but it's already happened multiple times this stream. So just try me because I'll do it. I don't care if you donate a lot or whatever, but I'm going to do it and I'll hide you eventually. So enough. All right. It's ridiculous. And it's immature and it's just stupid. And nobody in the chat wants to listen to you say that. And I don't want to listen to it. So if you don't want to be in the chat anymore, feel free to keep saying it. Now, come on. It's ridiculous. Sorry, I didn't even want to say it. I didn't even want to say it. I think multiple times tonight I've restrained myself from saying something, but after a certain amount of times, it's just like, so I want to say it once just so we're all on the same page about it. Okay? Now come on. It's ridiculous. If Iran day after day after day keeps talking about how it's attacking the same base in Jordan, we can find some amusement in that, which doesn't at all mean that we're happy to see a war or happy to see people get hurt or happy to see destruction. That's not a hard concept to grasp. Oh, we have a statement from the Iranian army, a new statement from the Iranian army. New statement from the Iranian army. Here it is from Far State Media. Army, U.S. centers and bases and several communication links in Bahrain targeted in drone attacks. In response to the crimes of global arrogance and in commemoration of the martyrs, especially the revered martyrs of the southern regions of the country a few hours ago, they're talking about people who were killed maybe in the strikes on the bridges and the tunnel, which we really don't know the details of. During the 15th phase of the Thunder operation, Iranian army's attack drones targeted the aircraft hangar and parking area, fuel depots, and the U.S. of the aircraft hangar and parking area, fuel depots of the U.S. terrorist army at the Sheikh Issa base, and several communication links in Bahrain. That's what they say. By the way, I think the Bahrain base is in the 5th Fleet base is in Manama. So that's not, I think that's a different one than this one they're talking about. You can see they talk about the 5th Fleet in the previous post. Hey, thanks so much, Louis R. Louis, that's very kind of you. I really appreciate all of your generous support. Thank you for your note to Louis. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Louis R., for all your support. Very much appreciated. Also, JW99 SCO from the UK. Thanks for your support as well. Oh, I have another update. This is I think the full Army statement. Before was not the full Army statement. Now we have the full Army statement about Bahrain. Here you go, guys. Look, right here. U.S. bases and centers in Bahrain targeted by drone attacks. This is from the Iranian army. So we just read some of this in response to the crimes of global arrogance and in commemoration of the martyrs, especially the dear martyrs of the southern regions of the country. Again, there have been these bridge attacks the last couple of nights, a tunnel attack apparently, Iran saying a bunch of people have died there. And I believe there was somebody who died in Bandar Abbas, reportedly. Iran said that was just a different attack last night. A few hours ago, during the 15th phase of the Thunder operation, combat drones of Iran's army targeted the aircraft hangars and parking areas, fuel storage tanks, and several communications links of the U.S. terrorist army in the Sheikh Issa base and other locations in Bahrain. The Sheikh Issa base in southern Bahrain is considered one of the most important and operational support centers for the U.S. Army's air and naval forces due to the presence of vital facilities and equipment. It serves as a key point for U.S. operations against regional targets, especially our country. The Islamic Republic of Iran's army commemorating where'd it go here? The Islamic Republic, I think they edited this. The Islamic Republic of Iran's army, the proud south of Iran, is a vital part of the defense and resilience of the brave people of this region during the 8 years of the imposed war and their current resistance against, I think the 8 years of the Iraq war maybe, and the current resistance against the evil enemy. We sacrifice our lives for these brave people and all the great people of Iran, and we are proud of our military duty to defend this land. So that's their statement about firing drones at Bahrain. But just in the last few minutes, it seemed, I mean, they said that was several hours ago. So they just fired more at Bahrain, it seems like recently. Maybe they'll issue another statement about Bahrain in a few hours. Uh, 8 minutes ago, by the way, Vahid posted 8 minutes ago. Oh, it's that it was picture of missile launch from Iran, but that missile launch was about 20 minutes ago. Hey, thanks to Clem444. I really appreciate that, Clem. Thank you. Also, Jiggle Jess. Thank you so much, Jiggle Jess. And Jeff TE88. Thank you, Jeff TE88, for all your support. Thanks also Night Owl for subscribing on Twitch. These people for subscribing on Twitch. Foot of Chaos for subscribing on Twitch. New Yorker 783 for the bits. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes here. Just a couple more minutes and we'll just see if we get any more statements from Iran. There could be strikes going on all day for all I know. If there's big news later today, we can always come back on the air too. Peter Ashton is watching from the Philippines. Thanks, Peter, for watching there. Thanks, by the way, to Joanne Gradwell for subscribing on Facebook. Joanne says, I don't know who to believe. It's all a mess. Pre-breakfast banana says the U.S. shows video of things we blow up. We don't see much of that on the Iranian posts. How do we know they're hitting anything? Well, we don't know from their posts. I mean, we get reports from other countries. Just today, in the last day, Kuwait said that Iran had hit a desalination plant and also had hit Iranian military facilities, injuring hit Kuwaiti military facilities, injuring a number of Kuwaiti soldiers. So we find out these things. You can find out by satellite too. I mean, I've seen satellite, with a delay, satellite footage gets posted and you can actually see damage in places. So between that, you can find out. It's very hard to find out promptly what's happened though. And also, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff we don't find out about. It's just difficult. And all these countries, Iran and these Gulf countries, they're, from everything I can see, they really don't want people posting stuff online, and you can get trouble for it. They don't want people live streaming. They don't want people posting photos or videos of damage or anything. And you really just don't see it. It's very rare. Once in a while you see it, but you really, for the most part, don't see it. And they don't even give out much information. Very little information. At the start of the war, you saw more stuff from Middle Eastern countries. You would see more stuff. Not now. A lot more you would see. You don't see it now. I mean, Israel, they don't let you show the live shots of the rockets coming in. But if there's a building that's hit in Israel, generally speaking, they allow cameras to go out and show it. You don't even see that. When do we see that happening in the Middle East, in the Middle Eastern countries? I don't see it happening. Thank you, K Packet 07, for your support. K Packet 07. Richard Keyshawn says they don't mess around, you pay a major price. We periodically read posts from different countries in the region that tell people explicitly, do not post this stuff. You can get in trouble, legal trouble, if you post photos and videos. Oh, hold on. What is this? Shin posted this. Where did this come from? Shin posted photos that Shin says are from aftermath of some of the U.S. strikes tonight. Aftermath of strikes on one of the bridges. This is very interesting. That was from yesterday, I think. Was that from yesterday or today? I don't know. Yeah, because it was probably from earlier today, because in Iran it's July 18th, not July 7th. Yeah. So Shin posted some photos from, I think, the ones early this morning in our previous stream that had been hit. Remember, a tunnel has reportedly attacked, and we don't have any photos or videos of that. All right, so look, at this point, I'm going to start wrapping up the stream right now, and I'll see as I'm wrapping up what's getting reported. But I'm not hearing about that much right now. The U.S. has a while ago said they've wrapped up their attacks. I mean, all kinds of news could come out, you know, and there could be new attacks and stuff, but at a certain point, you got to call it and then see what happens. But so I'm going to keep checking while I'm wrapping things up. And if I see anything, I'll let you know. I really do appreciate everybody who's been here during our stream covering these updates. And things certainly appear to be intensifying in the Iran war. But if you want, you can subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. I would suggest turn on our notifications because you never know when I'm going to rush back on the air to cover something. You can get a notification sent to you every time before we go on the air for free so you don't miss a broadcast. Just sign up for our free notifications. The mods, we've created our system ourselves, our notification system, so it's really reliable. The mods will post a link in the chat to sign up for the free notifications. You can also find the link in YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. But sign up for those. I will post updates on my X account when I'm not on the air, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me over there, @Lookner, for breaking news updates. But I also appreciate people sending me updates, letting me know what you're hearing. Thank you. Also sending me messages and letting me read your comments and questions on the air. Speaking of which, is this going to work? Our viewer Misfit Studio claims this is the tunnel that got hit. Now, the tunnel was apparently on the way from Bandar Abbas to, which is down here, to where? I can't remember anymore. Can I do this fast? From Bandar Abbas to Hajiabad. Oh, Hajiabad is right there. Okay, there's Hajiabad. So our viewer, Misfit Studio, believes that the tunnel that was hit is, you can actually see what looks like a tunnel, right there. See that? See? It goes into the mountain there. Now, I don't know if this is true. It's not that long a tunnel, which I was assuming a longer tunnel. Now, I don't know if this is it, but I mean, if they took out the tunnel, that could certainly hurt travel on that road. So again, maybe that's it. I'm not sure. But there is a tunnel there, certainly. Thanks, Misfit Studio, for sending that in. I'll post the, I'm going to post Misfit Studio. I just posted in the chat the coordinates. Did that even work? Yeah, the coordinates that Misfit Studios said. So you can look it up for yourself and decide for yourself what you think. But thank you to Misfit Studio for sending that in. And thanks to all of you for letting me read your comments. And participating in the chat, those who participated in the chat. Also, huge thanks to our moderators. They're awesome. A lot of people in the chat tonight. We couldn't have our chats without our moderators. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Haley Girl and Ruth over there on YouTube right now. Thank you so much. And all of our other YouTube moderators. I really appreciate all your help in the chats. On Twitch, Matthew Kohai 3, Good Luck Duck, and Sarah there right now, and all of our other Twitch mods who have been there. Thank you so much, Twitch mods. Facebook, Michael Fergal, Darren Charlo, Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, and our other Facebook moderators. think Shannon Davis Hughes earlier. Thank you. Linda Belglary, Misha on X. Thanks to all of our moderators so much for helping out with the chats. And thanks to everybody for supporting the channel. So nice of you guys. I really appreciate it. That is what allows this channel to exist, is your support. So huge thanks for supporting the channel. People like Louis R. and Tormented Tantalus. And we've had all kinds of supporters tonight. 86. And all of our other supporters, who I think I thanked everybody. But again, very generous of you all, and thanks so much for supporting the channel, and again, allowing the channel to exist. I really, really appreciate it. Okay, by the way, if you're on X, I would suggest follow us on X. Another good way to find out when we're live. I always post there before we go live. I post updates about the channel at Agenda Free TV on X. And we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. The Agenda Free TV Discord chat. Check out our Discord chat. It's free. A lot of our viewers like doing that and checking and going there and chatting. The link is the same link as the free notifications link. So if you'd like, check out the Discord chat. Thanks so much to our moderators, the Discord moderators who moderate the Discord chat. Thanks for all your help there. The one and only thinks it's going to be a crazy weekend. Hey, thanks so much to Gabby from Australia. Gabby from Australia, huge thanks for your support, Gabby. Thank you. And let's see here. I want to mention for people who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. Another way to find out when we're live, if you want to turn on the YouTube notifications for the channel, well, subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you have the bell clicked and you've chosen all notifications. Also, if you want the notifications on your phone, I had to do this. You need to go to the YouTube app on your phone and make sure the notifications are turned on. Because I had them set up and I wasn't getting them. And then I had to go to the app on my phone and make sure the notifications were turned on the right way in the application. So you can check that out as well. Hey, thanks. I am Charlie for all your support. Thank you. I am Charlie. I have the notifications on because I like to make sure they're working. So that way, if there's a problem, I know. Let's see here. Oh, big thanks to our Facebook subscribers who subscribe and support the channel over there, like Dolly Clark and Diane Allworth and Kay Lowry Body and Joanne Gradwall and all of our other, and thanks Kay for modding, and all of our other subscribers. And Shannon Davis Hughes was modding too. Thank you. And all of our subscribers on Facebook who support the channel, thanks so much. And our Twitch subscribers too. Will from Online, and New Yorker, and Douthis, Wall Street and Shaggy. Digital Communist, Paisley Manatee, Seed Music, Mongol Mama, DJ Saltlick, SDF DSV, Hugh J, Tree Antichrist is one of our members, is one of our subscribers. Thanks for subscribing. Sint, Jack's Animals. Did I say Seed Music? Uncle Fester. And Falling into Nothing, thanks for subscribing. And all of our other subscribers too, thank you. And Kendra Fox as well. Thanks, Kendra Fox, for subscribing. And our YouTube members as well. And all of our other, again, YouTube, all of our Twitch subscribers. And our YouTube members like Evelyn in Maine and Schoolbro and Trent, 5888, the one and only Jesse James, Hickser, Amy Celeste, Roy 1822, I Am Good Goy, Miss Link, Sokadeb, Tim M6, Drewery. Thanks, Jesse James, Miss Link, Don Video Guy. Thanks for being members. Dorn Machine, Batman WX. Chinot, Sea Chase, Chris F. Thanks, Craft Made, for watching. Did I thank Drewery? Drewery. Windswept Banks, thanks for watching. Stacks, thanks for watching. Stacks. Shashi Bhushan. Sambino. Skylar Lavender. Justin Haynes, thanks for watching. Also, thanks for watching, Karen Renee Bronson. Thanks for watching over there on Facebook. Sandy Lucas, Tim Mears. Thanks. Isla Olson, Peter Ashton, thank you. And Food for Max. Thanks for watching. Reese Black, thanks for watching. Big Alathama, Dan Friend, Sativa, thanks New Yorker 783 for the bits. Hey, thank you. And also Kendra Fox, thanks for all your support, Kendra Fox. And Big Dog Gaming as well, thank you. All right, guys, so I will keep an eye on things. I can always come back on the air if there's something huge that happens. I do anticipate more fighting to keep going. This seems to be ramping up. Seems to be escalating the last couple of days. Oh, and I'm not going to stay on the air for this, but just so you know, for the fourth time during our broadcast tonight, more sirens in Bahrain. Iran is firing a lot of things at Bahrain, it looks like. So I'm not going to stay on for that. We really don't hear much. You know, I can't get you much information about what's happening there. But more sirens. So something, you know, something else got fired. Drones or missiles or both. Just happened. Oops, I reposted the wrong one. The one not in English. But that's the fourth time during our stream. Sirens in Bahrain. All right, so that is it for now. Again, thank you for watching our live coverage of the Iran war situation. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage. Oh, let me just make sure if I got everything here. Hold on. I think I owe I Am Charlie a thank you. Thanks, I Am Charlie. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.